I am delighted to share that our esteemed dignitaries have arrived. May I request everyone to kindly rise and join me in greeting our distinguished dignitaries with a warm round of applause and a standing ovation. May the applause continue as we receive our distinguished dignitaries on the dais. May the applause continue as we receive our distinguished dignitaries on the dais. We welcome you, sir. We welcome you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Kindly be seated. Namaskar, Suprabhat. On behalf of Sri Ram College of Commerce, it is my privilege to welcome you all to YUGANTAR 2026, the GBO Management Conclave. With immense pleasure, we welcome our distinguished chief guest, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan Ji, Honorable Union Minister of Education, Government of India, to Sri Ram College of Commerce. We are equally honored to have with us Professor Yogesh Singh, Vice Chancellor, University of Delhi, as our honorable guest of honor for the day. Today, as YUGANTAR 2026 places a meaningful bookmark in SRCC's centenary journey, we have with us senior functionaries of the University of Delhi, celebrated alumni and industry leaders, our principal, Professor Simrit Kaur, our vice principal, Professor Aruna Jha, Dr. Misha Govil, Coordinator Global Business Operations, Dr. Sapna Bansal, Convener, YUGANTAR 2026, our faculty members, and our dear students. We welcome you all to YUGANTAR 2026. The term YUGANTAR signifies an epochal shift, a moment when established paradigms are questioned and new frameworks take shape. YUGANTAR 2026, the annual management conclave of the Global Business Program at SRCC, is conceived in this spirit. The theme this year, Artificial Intelligence for Sustainability and Startup Innovation, invites us to reflect not only on technological capability, but on technological conscience. It calls us to consider how artificial intelligence can support inclusive growth, ecological responsibility, and entrepreneurial innovation. The presence of leaders from government, academia, and industry reflects the importance of this shared dialogue. YUGANTAR is therefore more than an event. It is a space for thoughtful engagement and forward-looking dialogue. With this spirit, we once again warmly welcome you all to YUGANTAR 2026 and look forward to meaningful conversations ahead.
नमस्कार। आज के इस शुभ अवसर की औपचारिक शुरुआत हम माननीय मुख्य अतिथि, विशिष्ट अतिथि, गणमान्य अतिथियों के करकमलों द्वारा दीप प्रज्वलन से करेंगे। मैं मंच पर उपस्थित अपने माननीय अतिथियों एवं उप प्राचार्य प्रोफेसर अरुणा झा जी से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वे दीप प्रज्वलन के शुभ कार्य को संपन्न करें और साथ ही कॉलेज की इंडियन म्यूजिकल सोसाइटी आरोहण के सदस्य वीणा पाणी माँ सरस्वती की स्तुति भी प्रस्तुत करेंगे। सभी मंचस्थ अतिथियों से अनुरोध है कि कृपया दीप प्रज्वलन करें। शुभं करोति कल्याणं आरोग्यं धन संपदा शत्रुबुद्धि विनाशाय दीप ज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते। दीप प्रज्वलन प्रतीक है अंधकार और अज्ञान पर प्रकाश और ज्ञान की विजय का।
या कुंदेन्दु तुषार हार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना सुर दे दे सुरदानी माता सुर दे दे सुरदानी माता मेरी डोर है तेरे हाथ में मेरी डोर है तेरे हाथ में कृपा करो कल्याणी माता सुर दे दे सुरदानी माता हर पल तेरी महिमा गाऊं हर पल तेरी महिमा गाऊं सात सुरों से इसे सजाऊं सात सुरों से इसे सजाऊं मीठी तेरी वाणी माता सुर दे दे सुरदानी माता पूजा करन की मैं रीत ना जानूं पूजा करन की मैं रीत न जानूं गाती मैं संगीत न जानूं गाती मैं संगीत न जानूं वर दे दे वरदानी माता सुर दे दे सुरदानी माता सुर दे दे सुर सुर दे दे सुर सुर दे दे सुरदानी माता
Dhanyavad sir, Dhanyavad ma'am, and Dhanyavad Arohan for that soulful rendition of Vande Mataram. We request everyone to kindly rise for Vande Mataram to be followed by the Delhi University Kulgeet.
वन्दे मातरम् वन्दे मातरम् सुजलां सुफलां मलयज शीतलां शस्य श्यामलां मातरं वन्दे मातरम् शुभ्रज्योत्स्नां पुलकितयामिनी फुल्लकुसुमितद्रुमदलशोभिनी सुहासिनी सुमधुरभाषिणी सुखदां वरदां मातरं वन्दे मातरम् कोटि कोटि कंठ कल कल निनाद कराले कोटि कोटि भुजय धृत खर करवाले अमला के नुमायत बोले बाहुबल धारिणी नमामि तारिणी रिपुदल वारिणी मातरं वन्दे मातरम् तुमि वेद्या तुमि धर्मा तुमि हृदि तुमि मर्मा त्वं हि प्राणाः शरीरे बहुते तुमि मा शक्ति हृदये तुमि मा भक्ति तुम्हारे प्रतिमा गौरी मंदिरे मंदिरे वन्दे मातरम् त्वं हि दुर्गा
जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम।
श्रेष्ठ सुंदर दिव्य दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय विहंगम।
जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम। सकल वसुधा निज कुटुंब की भावना, संस्कृति सनातन, आधुनिक शिक्षा पुरातन, ज्ञान धाराओं का संगम।
देश की स्वाधीनता हित भूमिका शतकोटि वंदन।
निष्ठा धृति सत्यम के मंगल, दिव्य भावों का समागम।
जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम।
भव्य महाविद्यालयों के परिसरों से चिर सुशोभित, श्रेष्ठ गुरुजन कर रहे नित्य छात्र और छात्राएं दीक्षित।
सदचरित्राचार पावन साधना संकल्प संयम।
नवल वैश्विक चेतना नव क्रांति संस्कारों का उद्गम। जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम।
श्रेष्ठ सुंदर दिव्य दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय विहंगम।
जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम।
ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम।
ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम।
ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम।
Thank you, Team Arohan, the Music Society of SRCC. We request everyone to kindly be seated. As Sri Ram College of Commerce celebrates its centenary in 2026, it stands as a national institution shaped by academic rigor, ethical purpose, and public responsibility. Founded in 1926 by the visionary industrialist and philanthropist Sir Sri Ram, the college has remained committed to excellence in teaching, scholarship, and leadership. Its NAC A++ accreditation stands as a contemporary affirmation of this enduring academic distinction. Within this centenary framework, the Global Business Operations Program, established in 1999 and now completing 27 years, reflects SRCC's forward-looking academic vision. The program continues to nurture future leaders equipped with analytical clarity, global perspective, and a strong sense of responsibility. We are privileged today by the presence of distinguished dignitaries on the dais whose leadership lends significance to this occasion. With this, we now formally proceed to the felicitation ceremony. May we now request our honorable dignitaries on the dais to preside in the front of the stage for the welcome felicitation. We request our distinguished guest of honor, Professor Yogesh Singh Sir, to felicitate our honorable chief guest, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan Ji, with a stole as a token of respect and regard. Thank you, sir. We request our principal ma'am, Professor Simrit Kaur, to present our honorable chief guest, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan Ji, with a memento as a gesture of our warm welcome and sincere gratitude on this occasion. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
हम अपनी प्राचार्य प्रोफेसर सिमरित कौर जी से अनुरोध करते हैं कि वे हमारे विशिष्ट अतिथि प्रोफेसर योगेश सिंह जी को हमारी ओर से सम्मान एवं श्रद्धा के प्रतीक के रूप में अंग वस्त्र ओढ़ाकर उनका स्वागत करें। हम अपनी जीबीओ कोऑर्डिनेटर डॉक्टर मिशा गोविल मैम से अनुरोध करते हैं कि वे हमारे विशिष्ट अतिथि प्रोफेसर योगेश सिंह जी को उनकी स्मृतियों में कॉलेज को संजोए रखने के लिए एक स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें। धन्यवाद महोदय, धन्यवाद माननीय। हमारे आज के विशिष्ट अतिथि माननीय कुलपति दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय प्रोफेसर योगेश सिंह जी एक विख्यात विद्वान, कुशल प्रशासक और सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियरिंग के विशेषज्ञ हैं। उन्होंने अपनी अद्भुत नेतृत्व क्षमता से अनेक संस्थानों को शोध, नवाचार और समग्र विकास के उच्च सोपानों तक पहुंचाया है। आपके परिचय में मेरे पास कहने के लिए बहुत कुछ है, लेकिन मैं देख रहा हूं कि सर बहुत संकोची हैं इस मामले में और वे आ गए हैं। मैं केवल 2 पंक्तियों से आपको आमंत्रित करूंगा। बहुत उपमाएं, मिसालें तलाशी आपके लिए, बहुत उपमाएं, मिसालें तलाशी आपके लिए, आखिर में पाया कि आप बेमिसाल हैं, आखिर में पाया कि आप बेमिसाल हैं। आपसे अनुरोध है कि कृपया अपने अनुभव से हमें।
Good morning, namaskar. Good morning. Am I audible? Good. आदर सम्मान, थोड़ा आवाज इसका करना ठीक। आदर सम्मान और गर्व के योग्य भारत के यशस्वी शिक्षा मंत्री श्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी, प्रोफेसर सिमरत कौर, प्रिंसिपल SRCC, डॉक्टर मिश्रा गोविल, डॉक्टर सपना बंसल, डॉक्टर सुनीता शर्मा, outstanding and distinguished faculty members, undergraduate and postgraduate students, invited guests, industry experts, startup founders, alumni of SRCC.
Actually, it's not audible. Thanks.
Is it okay now? Better? Good. So namaste and good morning to all of you. आज हम सबके लिए बहुत सम्मान की बात है, खुशी की बात है कि भारत के यशस्वी शिक्षा मंत्री आदरणीय धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी ने समय निकाला और इस कार्यक्रम में SRCC में आए हैं। मैं दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय की तरफ से और SRCC की तरफ से भी उनका बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं और स्वागत करता हूं। दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय के प्रति उनका स्नेह रहता ही है। नए नए एक्सपेरिमेंट्स दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय उनके सहयोग, उनकी समझ से करते हैं और SRCC का ये जो कार्यक्रम है, पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट डिप्लोमा इन ग्लोबल बिजनेस ऑपरेशंस प्रोग्राम, ये एक बहुत प्रतिष्ठित प्रोग्राम है। मैडम ने बताया 27 साल से चला रहे हैं, उसके लिए भी SRCC का बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन। अब ये SRCC 100 साल का हो गया। SRCC 100 साल का हो गया and it has become a most respected institution of commerce and economics and management. SRCC को SRCC बनाने वाले सभी लोगों का अभिनंदन। NAC में A++ है, बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है। और जो भी सर यहाँ से पढ़ के निकला है वो अगर 15 मिनट बात करे तो 2 बार SRCC का नाम लेता है। वो ये SRCC ब्रांड की ताकत है। 15 मिनट 20 मिनट की बातचीत में वो कह देगा कि मैं SRCC में पढ़ता था तो ऐसा होता था। ये ब्रांड की ताकत है और वो दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय का कभी कभी नाम ले भी लेता है, नहीं भी लेता है, उसको उसकी आवश्यकता महसूस भी नहीं होती। ये ताकत है एक 100 साल में जो ब्रांड बना। तो जिन लोगों ने इसके लिए मेहनत करी, सभी टीचर्स, सभी एलुमनाई, स्टूडेंट्स, मैं आज इस युगांतर 2026 के कार्यक्रम में उन सबका भी बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूँ। एक सर मुझे एक घटना याद आ रही है, 2011 की है। मैं येल इंडिया लीडरशिप प्रोग्राम में मुझे पार्टिसिपेट करने का मौका मिला। तो वहाँ पर बहुत सारे भारत सरकार का कार्यक्रम था, कोई 24-25 वाइस चांसलर्स उसमें गए थे। तो बहुत सारे US यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के वाइस चांसलर से इंटरेक्शन हुआ। तो एक वाइस चांसलर ने कहा कि आई एम रियली वरीड अबाउट द फ्यूचर ऑफ आवर यंग माइंड्स। तो मैंने कहा ऐसी क्या बात है, अमेरिका वाले क्यों वरीड हो रहे हैं इसमें? तो उन्होंने कहा कि अमेरिका से पिछले सदी में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्री शिफ्ट हो गई और रिसेंटली सर्विस इंडस्ट्री भी शिफ्ट हो गई। तो अगर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग नहीं है, सर्विस नहीं है, तो हम सर्वाइव कैसे करेंगे? अपने बच्चों के लिए अच्छा भविष्य, अच्छी जॉब्स कैसे क्रिएट कराएंगे? बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है अमेरिका के लिए। तो मैं चिंतित होता हूं कि उनके भविष्य को लेके। तो उन्होंने कहा कि ओनली 3 words कैन सेव अस, एंड इफ अमेरिका हैज टू सर्वाइव, अमेरिका हैज टू बी अ वर्ल्ड लीडर, अमेरिका हैज टू कॉन्ट्रीब्यूट इन द ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी एज वेल एज द अमेरिकन इकोनॉमी, ओनली 3 words कैन सेव अस: innovation, creativity and originality. These 3 words, America has to focus on only on these 3 words for its survival. तो मैं सोचने लगा कि तीनों शब्द तो हमारे लिए भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हैं, क्योंकि हमारे पास भी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्री, 2011 की बात कर रहा हूँ, आज तो थोड़ा बहुत अच्छा हुआ है मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में भी, लेकिन 2011 में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्री भी हमारे पास नहीं थी। सर्विस इंडस्ट्री बहुत फ्रेजाइल थी। 99%, एक ही एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ, मोबाइल फ़ोन हम इंपोर्ट करते थे और आज हम एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं इतने सारे मोबाइल फ़ोन। बदला तो बहुत है देश के अंदर। तो तीनों शब्द हमारे लिए भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, इसलिए आज का जो आपने थीम रखा है वो बहुत रेलेवेंट है, इंपॉर्टेंट है कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस फॉर सस्टेनेबिलिटी एंड स्टार्टअप इनोवेशंस। तो मेरे मन में आता है कि बिजनेस इंक्यूबेटर्स इंस्टीट्यूशंस में क्यों बनाने चाहिए? देखो, को वर्किंग स्पेसेस सब जगह हैं, इंक्यूबेटर्स आप पब्लिक प्लेसेस में भी बना सकते हैं और लोग बना भी रहे हैं और अच्छे चल भी रहे हैं, लेकिन यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में क्यों बनाने चाहिए? इंस्टीट्यूशंस के अंदर क्यों बनाने चाहिए? क्या एडवांटेज है? इस पर हमें बात भी करनी चाहिए और उस हिसाब से हमको एक्ट भी करना चाहिए। मैं एग्जांपल देता हूँ। हम बिजनेस इंक्यूबेटर बनाते हैं, दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी ने भी बनाया है, SRCC भी कल बनाएगा, अपना अच्छा इंक्यूबेटर बनाएगा, उसको बनाना भी चाहिए। तो हम सीड मनी देते हैं, वो तो बाहर का इंक्यूबेटर है, वो भी सीड मनी देता है, हम भी देते हैं, वो भी देता है, तो यहाँ तो हम बराबर हैं। इसके बाद आता है, हमने एक नई चीज़ शुरू करी थी यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर, कि यूनिवर्सिटी इंटर्न्स, कि हमारे पास ब्राइट बच्चे हैं, अगर ये 25 कंपनीज काम कर रही हैं और ये 8 या 10 हमारे बच्चों को रखती हैं इसके अंदर, तो बच्चों को एक टीचिंग लर्निंग की नया सिस्टम मिलेगा और वो इन्फ्लुएंस होंगे, नई चीज़ें देखेंगे, तभी तो फ़ायदा है बनाने का। और उनको क्या फ़ायदा है कि ये ब्राइट माइंड बाहर आसानी से ना मिले, तो दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी उनको फंड करते हैं कि आप हमारे सारे इससे जो बच्चे 10-12 लेना चाहते हैं, 15 लेना चाहे आप ले लीजिए। हम उनको यूनिवर्सिटी इंटर्न्स बोलते हैं और यूनिवर्सिटी जो है उन बच्चों को स्टाइफंड देती है अपनी तरफ से। तो एक नया एक्सपोजर होता है, उनको अच्छे बच्चे मिल जाते हैं और हमारे को ये कि हमारे बच्चों को एक्सपोजर मिलता है। एक नई स्कीम है जिसका बड़ा अच्छा प्रभाव आ रहा है, एक्चुअल इम्पैक्ट थोड़े कुछ साल लगेंगे आने के अंदर, और उन बच्चों से दूसरे बच्चे इन्फ्लुएंस होंगे, तो एक इकोसिस्टम क्रिएट होगा जो बाहर नहीं हो सकता क्रिएट, जो यूनिवर्सिटी में हो सकता है। उसके बाद है लेबोरेटरीज एंड लाइब्रेरी एंड लेबोरेटरीज, वो हमारे पास है, उनको ओपन करें हम स्टार्टअप्स के लिए, खाली उस स्पेस की बजाय उनको भी जोड़ें, और एक जो रिसर्च इकोसिस्टम यूनिवर्सिटीज़ का है उससे भी उनको स्टार्टअप्स को जुड़ेगा तो उनको फ़ायदा होगा। ये 3-4 स्टेप्स तो हमने लिए हैं, पर आप सब अच्छे ब्राइट माइंड से और क्या स्टेप्स लेने चाहिए जिससे कि किसी को स्टार्टअप शुरू करना है तो उसकी प्रायोरिटी होनी चाहिए कि किसी यूनिवर्सिटी के इंक्यूबेटर में जाए, जैसे यूएस में होता है। तो हम अपने डोर्स को ओपन करेंगे और स्टूडेंट्स का इंटरेक्शन बढ़ाएंगे तो बहुत सारा एडवांटेज आएगा। तो युगांतर में इस पे चर्चा होनी चाहिए, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। एक और बात है कि हमारे टीचर्स आइडियाज़ पे काम करते हैं सर, उसको एक्सपेरिमेंट करते हैं, डेटा कलेक्ट करते हैं, सिमुलेशन करते हैं और एक अच्छा रिसर्च पेपर छाप देते हैं, और रिसर्च पेपर छप जाता है, वो खुश हैं, ज़िंदगी अच्छी चल रही है। अब है कि मंत्री जी भी बहुत इस बात में एम्फेसिस करते हैं और सही भी है कि ये आधी दुनिया है आपकी। अभी पूरी लाइफ साइकिल का आधा हिस्सा हमने ट्रेन किया और पिछले 70-75 साल प्रैक्टिस किया। अभी टाइम आ गया कि हम इससे आगे देखें। आगे का क्या स्टेप था कि पेटेंट्स बनाएं, पेटेंट्स को करें, तो आजकल हम वो करने भी लगे हैं, थोड़ा थोड़ा सीख गए हैं, थोड़ा करने भी लगे हैं। लेकिन वो भी एक उससे नेक्स्ट स्टेप क्या है कि कोई चीज़ बना रहे हैं तो उसका प्रोटोटाइप डेवलप हो, उसके बाद उसका प्रोडक्ट बने और उस प्रोडक्ट को कमर्शियली सस्टेनेबल प्रोडक्ट बने। तो किसी भी बिजनेस स्कूल का, कॉमर्स के इंस्टीट्यूशन का ये पूरा लाइफ साइकिल एक्सपेरिमेंट करना चाहिए। तो ये यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में यदि हम कल्चर बनाएं, जिसकी कि हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं, धीरे धीरे बनेगी, कि आइडिया टू कमर्शियली सस्टेनेबल प्रोडक्ट्स। हमारी ट्रेनिंग आधे हिस्से की है अभी, तो आधे हिस्से के लिए हमको वर्कशॉप्स ऑर्गेनाइज करनी चाहिए, कुछ टीचर्स को ट्रेनिंग, स्टूडेंट्स को ट्रेनिंग देनी चाहिए कि कमर्शियली सस्टेनेबल प्रोडक्ट्स तक कैसे जाएं। हमने एक काम सर अभी किया कि दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी में PhD में अभी तक हमारी एक्सपेक्टेशन क्या रहती है कि हम 2 पब्लिकेशन चाहते हैं बच्चे से, कि 2 पब्लिकेशन हो गया तो आपको PhD मिलेगी। अभी पिछले दिनों हमने इस पर जब इसमें एक चेंज लाए हैं कि वो तो रहेगा ही क्राइटेरिया, या और अगर आपका एक पेटेंट है, प्रोडक्ट पेटेंट है, तो भी आप पीएचडी सबमिट कर सकते हो। और अगर प्रोडक्ट भी नहीं है, पेटेंट नहीं हुआ आपका, लेकिन आपने एक अच्छा बिजनेस मॉडल डेवलप किया जो चल रहा है, उससे कुछ रेवेन्यू जनरेट हो रहा है, और आपने अपनी पीएचडी, जो 5 साल एक बच्चा इन्वेस्ट करता है पीएचडी के अंदर, अगर वो बिजनेस इंक्यूबेटर एंड लेबोरेटरी के जॉइंट कोलैबोरेशन से कर रहा है और एक अच्छा सक्सेसफुल, पार्शली सक्सेसफुल मॉडल दिया है, तो भी पीएचडी अवार्ड की जा सकती है। ये तीसरा ऑप्शन तय बच्चा करेगा कि उसको कौन सा ऑप्शन लेना है, या मिक्स भी ले सकते हैं आप चाहें तो ऐसा हमने एक फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी लाई है कि पब्लिकेशन से बाहर लाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। तो ये एक बहुत अच्छा रहेगा शायद, मुझे लगता है। और भारत में एक और बात थी, आपको ध्यान होगा, कुछ साल पहले एआईसीटी ने एक प्रोग्राम शुरू किया था, एमबीए आईईवी, इनोवेशन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप एंड वेंचर डेवलपमेंट। तो हम सोचते हैं कि बीबीए पे भी लाया जाए इस प्रोग्राम को, ताकि एक राइट काइंड ऑफ इकोसिस्टम स्टार्टअप्स के लिए और इनोवेशंस के लिए और एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के लिए क्रिएट हो। और जो बच्चे यहाँ बैठे हैं, देखो, सबसे जो इम्पॉर्टेंट बात है कि देश के अर्बनाइजेशन की बहुत ज़रूरत है। डॉक्टर अंबेडकर ने भी कहा था कि की इज़ द अर्बनाइजेशन ऑफ आवर कंट्री। अगर हम ग्रोथ चाहेंगे, जितना जल्दी, सूनर वी अर्बनाइज आवर कंट्री, बेटर इट विल बी फॉर आवर कंट्री। तो अर्बनाइजेशन का मतलब क्या है कि सबके लिए अच्छा जीवन हो, अच्छा स्टैंडर्ड हो। उसके लिए यदि इसमें अगर स्टार्टअप्स आएंगी तो आने वाले वक्त में बहुत अच्छा हो सकता है। और एक शब्द आपने इस्तेमाल किया इसमें, सस्टेनेबिलिटी। तो जब सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात करते हैं ना, तो हमारे मन में सबसे पहले क्या आता है? एनवायरमेंटल की सस्टेनेबिलिटी, क्लाइमेट चेंज। लेकिन बिजनेस के लिए सस्टेनेबिलिटी के और भी मापदंड हैं। वो क्या है कि सप्लाई चेन, लेबर फोर्स, इन्वेस्टमेंट्स, कंपटीशन, ये सब भी सस्टेनेबल होना चाहिए। कंपटीशन भी सस्टेनेबल होना चाहिए, इन्वेस्टमेंट भी सस्टेनेबल होना चाहिए। जो भी लोग इस पे काम करते हैं, वो अगर इसको ध्यान करेंगे। तो एक कोट करूंगा, एक शोएब दामोही हैं, कैसे तकनीकी का दौर बदला है। उनका एक कपलेट है कि ये दौर है तकनीक का, ये दौर है तकनीक का, इस दौर में शोएब लड़ने के लिए लश्कर नहीं आते। सारा वॉरफेयर चेंज हो गया, हमने पिछले दिनों देखा। तो नई चीज़ को बदलते रहना, उसके हिसाब से अपने को और देश को तैयार करना बहुत आवश्यक। नहीं तो हमारा नोकिया बनेगा। हमारी जनरेशन के जो लोग याद हैं, हम जानते हैं नोकिया फ़ोन इस्तेमाल करते थे। कोई सोच सकता था क्या? नोकिया का 40% ग्लोबल मार्केट में शेयर था। नोकिया वॉज प्राउड ऑफ फिनलैंड। ऐसी कंपनी थी, ऐसा रिलायबल, रोबस्ट उसका मोबाइल फ़ोन था, कम्युनिकेशन का मार्केट प्लेयर था। लेकिन और 1998 से 2007 तक वो एक स्टोरी चली नोकिया की। पीक आया, 2008 से उनका फॉल शुरू हुआ, और 13 आते आते पूरा हो गया वो। लेकिन हुआ क्या इस 8 से 13 के बीच में? ये भी तो एक स्टडी करने की जरूरत है, हुआ क्या, और हम उसको रिपीट न करें। आप देखिए, लॉन्च हुआ आईफोन 2007 में, उसके बाद एंड्रॉयड आ गया, उसका कॉम्बिनेशन हो गया, अलग अलग लोगों ने अलग अलग यूज़ किया। लेकिन नोकिया का जो बिलीफ सिस्टम था, उसने उसी पे कंटिन्यू किया कि फ़ोन्स आर अबाउट हार्डवेयर एफिशिएंसी, कि हमारे फ़ोन हार्डवेयर में बढ़िया है, अच्छा करते हैं। वो समझ ही नहीं पाए कि टच स्क्रीन चल रही है, सॉफ्टवेयर से एक डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ यूज़र एक्सपीरियंस आएगा और आने वाला है। तो उन्होंने क्या किया, जब वो बर्बाद हो गए, रहे नहीं, एक उन्होंने इंटरनल रिव्यू कमेटी बनाई, और उस रिव्यू का एक लाइनर जो उसका आउटपुट था, वो था कि वी न्यू चेंज वॉज नीडेड, वी न्यू द चेंज वॉज नीडेड, बट वी वर अफ्रेड टू एक्सेप्ट दिस। अभी हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन में यही होने वाला है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस से जो नए नए आयाम आ रहे हैं, क्लासरूम में टीचिंग लर्निंग प्रोसेस बदलेगी, हमें पता है कि वो होने वाला है। अगर डर के बैठे रहेंगे तो कहीं नोकिया ना बन जाएं, ये ध्यान रखने की ज़रूरत है। तो टीचर्स जो है उनको ज़्यादा ध्यान रखने की ज़रूरत है, बच्चों को तो बहुत ध्यान है इस बात का। ब्लॉकबस्टर का क्या हुआ? नेटफ्लिक्स एक बार उसको बेचना चाहती थी, ब्लॉकबस्टर ने खरीदने को मना कर दिया। दोनों वीडियो रेंटल कंपनीज थी। ब्लॉकबस्टर खत्म हो गया, नेटफ्लिक्स ने अपने को दोबारा से बदला, और आज नेटफ्लिक्स तो है लेकिन वो खत्म हो गया। यही बात हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस की है। हम भी एक बहुत ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव फेज से निकल रहे हैं। तो इसीलिए पावर ऑफ इनोवेशन जो है हमको ध्यान रखनी चाहिए, रियलाइज करनी चाहिए। सूनर वी रिकॉग्नाइज, बेटर वी परफॉर्म। ऑलवेज रिमेंबर माय डियर स्टूडेंट्स, nothing succeeds like success. Nothing succeeds like success. And I am thankful for SRCC for organizing this conclave that may inspire, influence and impact young and bright minds of यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ दिल्ली, SRCC, कुछ उदाहरण गढ़ो, कुछ उदाहरण बनो। मेरी बहुत सारी शुभकामनाएं।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। इस गूढ़ और गंभीर विषय को इतने सरल शब्दों में हमारे सम्मुख स्पष्ट करने और अपने सारगर्भित वक्तव्य द्वारा हमारा मार्गदर्शन करने के लिए आपका हार्दिक आभार। आपके ये शब्द हमारे लिए प्रेरणा का स्रोत हैं। हमारे साथ आज के मुख्य अतिथि माननीय श्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी का होना बहुत ही सम्मान और गौरव की बात है। 26 जून 1969 को जन्मे धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी वर्तमान में भारत सरकार में शिक्षा मंत्री के रूप में कार्यरत हैं और 2024 के आम चुनावों के पश्चात ओडिशा के संबलपुर से लोकसभा का प्रतिनिधित्व भी कर रहे हैं। वे मध्य प्रदेश से राज्यसभा सदस्य रह चुके हैं। उन्हें उत्कर्णमणि, गोपबंधु प्रतिभा सम्मान तथा सर्वश्रेष्ठ विधायक पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया जा चुका है। कुछ 2-3 बातें जरूरी हैं, मैं आपसे अनुमति चाहूँगा। अच्छा जी, जैसा आपका आदेश है सर। और इन 4 पंक्तियों के साथ मैं आपको आमंत्रित करूँगा। किसी की जुबान में रस होता है, किसी की जुबान में रस होता है, किसी के काम में यश होता है। जो जीत लेते हैं अपने दिल से दिलों को, एक दिन ज़माना उनके वश होता है, एक दिन ज़माना उनके वश होता है। आइए।
नमस्कार। युगांतर की इस मंच पे उपस्थित दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी की परम आदरणीय वाइस चांसलर, मेरे मित्र प्रोफेसर योगेश सिंह जी, इस प्रेस्टिजियस इंस्टीट्यूशन के प्रिंसिपल प्रोफेसर सिमरित कौर मैडम जी, वाइस प्रिंसिपल प्रोफेसर अरुणा झा जी, मंच पे उपस्थित इस GBO के प्रोग्राम के कोऑर्डिनेटर प्रोफेसर सपना बंसल जी, डॉक्टर मीसा गोविल जी और यहाँ उपस्थित सभी युवा साथी भाई और बहनों, प्रोफेसर्स, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर्स, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर्स तथा एजुकेशन फैमिली की सभी आदरणीय सदस्यगण, मीडिया की साथीगण, श्री राम कॉलेज ऑफ कॉमर्स की सेंटिनरी सेलिब्रेशन में एक प्रमुख हिस्सा है युगांतर। इस युगांतर की शताब्दी समारोह में हमें आपने निमंत्रित किया, शामिल किया। मैं एक स्टूडेंट के नाते, पब्लिक पॉलिसी के स्टूडेंट के नाते मैं खुद को गौरवान्वित महसूस करता हूं, आपको आभार प्रकट करता हूं। जिस इंस्टीट्यूट की आयु 27 होती है वो अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी स्टेटमेंट है। और कल्पना करिए जब इस इंस्टीट्यूट बनी रहा था उसमें देश की स्थिति क्या था, भारत की स्थिति क्या था। भारत पराधीन था, अंग्रेजों की हुकूमत थी। तब भी महानुभाव श्री राम जी ने हिम्मत करके नई भारत बनने वाला है, नई भारत बनाने के लिए उन्होंने एक मंदिर बनाया, एक इंस्टीट्यूशन बनाया जो आज एक वटवृक्ष के रूप में आकार ले चुका है। आप सब उसकी लाभार्थी हो। 1951 से ये सही तरीके से श्री राम कॉलेज ऑफ कॉमर्स की रूप लिया है। मैं इस 100 साल के पड़ाव में आपको अनेक अनेक शुभेच्छा देता हूँ। मैं श्री राम कॉलेज के बारे में जैसे आदरणीय वाइस चांसलर ने कहा कि SRCC के स्टूडेंट बहुत प्राउड फील करता है SRCC की एलुमनी के नाते। मेरे ज़िंदगी में ऐसे एक व्यक्ति आए थे, शायद मैं इसलिए खुद को आज SRCC का पैसिव स्टूडेंट मैं क्लेम करता हूँ। अब मानोगे कि नहीं मानोगे आपके ऊपर है। ये तो अभी ओपन लर्निंग की जमाना आया है। इस इंस्टीट्यूट के एक प्रेस्टिजियस एल्यूमिनस रहे स्वर्गीय श्री अरुण जेटली जी। मैं अरुण जेटली जी की पब्लिक पॉलिसी की विद्यार्थी रहा, उनकी अनुयायी रहा। उनकी कई सारे नियमों में, कई सारे बारे में मैं उनसे प्रभावित रहता था और वो ऐसा कोई क्षण नहीं रहता था वो SRCC की महसूस नहीं करवाते थे। SRCC के बारे में वो खूब जुड़े रहते थे। बाद में उन्हीं के कारण मेरे को यहाँ की GB के अध्यक्ष मेरे बड़े भाई मित्र अजय श्री राम जी से भी परिचय हुआ। उनसे भी कई बार मैं श्री राम कॉलेज की परफॉर्मेंस के बारे में और आपकी योगदान से आज देश में बहुत सारे महानुभव आज सफलता के साथ पब्लिक लाइफ में, ब्यूरोक्रेसी में, जुडिशियरी में, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में और इकोनॉमी में अपना भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। इस 100 साल की सफल जर्नी के लिए मैं आप सबको सामूहिक रूप में एक बार धन्यवाद देता हूँ। ये GBO दिल्ली की एक प्रमुख, दिल्ली नहीं देश की एक प्रमुख बी स्कूल बन चुकी है। उसकी ऑडिटोरियम में, उसकी प्लेटफॉर्म में हम लोग युगांतर की प्लेटफॉर्म में इकट्ठा हुए हैं। अभी प्रोफेसर योगेश सिंह जी ने बिजनेस लाइक आके अपने पीछे खड़े हो गए और अपने बिजनेस करना वो चाहे कि तुरंत आके मैं भाषण दूं, फोकस तरीके से भाषण दूं। वो एक बिजनेस की प्रोफेशनलिज्म की एक पराकाष्ठा है। मेरे को उनको फॉलो करना पड़ा। प्रोफेसर जैसे जाएंगे, वाइस चांसलर जैसे जाएंगे, हमें जाना ही पड़ेगा। लेकिन हमारे रवि शर्मा जी कोई कम नहीं है। बिजनेस में ब्रांडिंग भी चाहिए, प्रमोशन भी चाहिए, पैकेजिंग भी चाहिए। और उस आजकल तो AI के ज़माने में आज देश में AI इम्पैक्ट समिट हो रहा है। मैं किसी को इन दिनों में पूछा कि AI का क्या होगा आने वाले दिनों में, क्या करेगा? जो हमारे रवि शर्मा जी कर रहे थे वही करेगा। नैरेटिव बनाएगा, वो छोड़ेंगे नहीं, 4 पंक्ति तो बोलेंगे ही बोलेंगे, उसमें से एक धारणा बनेगी, एक नैरेटिव बनेगा। मैं रवि शर्मा जी और एंकर कनिका गांधी को भी बहुत शुभेच्छा देता हूं, क्योंकि ये कुल मिला के एक पैकेजिंग है, ये एक डिजाइन है। डिजाइन, प्रोडक्ट और उसकी पैकेजिंग, तब जाके आज AI का ये एक लर्निंग है। और मैं मित्रों, AI समिट आज देश में सफलता के साथ संपन्न हो रही है। अब मैं जब आज मेट्रो में आ रहा था, 2 चीज़ मेरे को बंसल मैडम ने भी याद दिलाई कि सर हमारे वहाँ दिन भर सस्टेनेबिलिटी के ऊपर चर्चा होगी। सस्टेनेबिलिटी को सम्मान करते हुए आपने आज मेट में, अक्सर DU कभी आता हूँ मैं योगेश सिंह जी मेरे को कम बुलाते हैं, लेकिन मेरे को जब बुलाते हैं मैं आग्रही रहता हूँ मेट्रो में आऊँ, क्योंकि मेट्रो में आने में एक सामान्य व्यक्ति की एस्पिरेशन ध्यान में आता है। लोग कैसे सोचते हैं, क्या बात करते हैं, उनकी आंखों में सपना क्या हो रहा है, ये सब देखने को आज मेरे को एक स्टूडेंट मिली। मेरे को गुड़गांव से एक वहाँ एक इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में पढ़ने वाली लड़की, मैं उनको पूछा बेटा आप कहाँ DU जा रहे हो? बोला DU नहीं जा रहा हूँ, मैं ब्लू लाइन में आगे जाऊँगा, भारत मंडप जाऊँगा, मैं AI इम्पैक्ट समिट की मैंने वहाँ मेरे को विजिट करना है आज। मैंने कहा कि आपको पास वगैरह हो गया है? बोला हाँ पास हो गया है। बोला कैसे? बोला कि मैं डिजिटली खुद को रजिस्टर करवाया और मेरे को QR कोड मिला है, मैं उसको QR कोड दिखा के, कोई दिक्कत तो नहीं होगा? कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगा। मित्रों, मैं आज पेरेंट, आज थोड़ा 50s की उम्र की व्यक्ति के नाते मेरे मन में शंका आ रही थी कि कैसे होगा, ये चीज़ जा पाएगी कि नहीं जा पाएगी। लेकिन उनकी आंखों में जो कॉन्फिडेंस मैंने देखा, उनकी शब्दों में जो कॉन्फिडेंस मैंने देखा, मैं नई भारत की एस्पिरेशनल इंडिया को दिख के यहाँ आ रहा हूँ और मेट्रो में आया और सस्टेनेबिलिटी की याद मेरे को बंसल मैडम ने दिखाया, आपने हमारी बातों को सम्मान किया। मित्रों, मैं आज आपकी GBO में, आज की इस युगांतर में मैं 3 विषय में थोड़ा आपको ध्यान आकर्षण करना चाहूँगा। देश में एजुकेशन को रीइमेजिन करने के लिए एक प्रकार से आज़ादी के उपरांत पहली बार एक पैराडिम शिफ्ट, आज़ादी के तुरंत बाद मैं आज यहाँ जब गैलरी में आपका फोटो दिख रहा था, परम आदरणीय राधा कृष्णन जी की फोटो आपके इंस्टीट्यूट में मैंने देखा। राधा कृष्णन जी जिस इंस्टीट्यूट में आए थे, मेरे को भी आपने आज सौभाग्य दिया। यही मेरी जिंदगी का एक अमूल्य क्षण होके रहेगा, अमूल्य स्मृति होके रहेगा। राधा कृष्णन जी, राजगोपालाचारी, मौलाना आज़ाद के मुंशी, इन लोगों की विजन से आज़ादी के उपरांत शिक्षा की नींव रखी गई। लेकिन मित्रों, बाद में भारत की शिक्षा प्रणाली में कई सारे चुनौतियां आई। भारत जो होना चाहिए था, भारत की शिक्षा पद्धति जो होनी चाहिए था, भारत की उन दिनों में नौजवानों की हिम्मत जो बढ़ाने वाला था, शायद उसमें कुछ गैप रही। उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए 2014 में जब प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी दायित्व संभाले, उन्होंने जो शुरुआती दिनों में कुछ काम किया, उन्होंने शिक्षा को रीइमेजिन करवाया। नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 के फ्रेमवर्क में ये सिर्फ एक पॉलिसी रिफॉर्म नहीं था, ये एक फिलोसॉफिकल पैराडिम शिफ्ट था। ये सब आप आज प्रैक्टिशनर है, मैं अगर उसमें से एसआरसीसी में 3-4 चीज को मैं याद दिलाना चाहूँगा। एनईपी मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी लर्निंग के बारे में इंगित करती है, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी थ्रू मल्टीपल एंट्री एग्जिट के बारे में बात करती है। यहाँ विद्यार्थी, अभी इंटर्नशिप की बात योगेश सिंह जी ने कही, मैं आज भी दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी की 4th ईयर की मैं बधाई देता हूँ ड्यू को, उन्होंने 4 ईयर डिग्री कोर्स करवाया। 4 ईयर डिग्री को यूजी कोर्सेज को नहीं बनाया गया कि सिर्फ उसके और एक अध्ययन हो जाए, यह अपेक्षा रखा गया कि इसमें से मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी हो। विद्यार्थी शायद कॉमर्स ही पढ़ना शुरू करे, लेकिन इसमें से थोड़ा जिनको मेडिटेक में आगे रुचि हो रही है वो थोड़ा बहुत मेडिकल साइंस के बारे में भी पढ़ ले, थोड़ा बहुत फिलोसॉफी के बारे में पढ़े। इकोनॉमिक्स को तब हम समझ पाएंगे जब सोसाइटी की बिहेवियर को समझेंगे, सोसाइटी की फिलोसॉफिकल कल्चरल बैकग्राउंड को समझेंगे। इसको बिना पढ़े इकोनॉमिक मॉडल नहीं बन सकती है, नहीं तो थियोरिटिकल होगा। ये सारे को ध्यान में रखते हुए मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी और मल्टीपल एंट्री एग्जिट में फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी लाया गया। मैं तो वो दिन देखना चाहूँगा जब विद्यार्थी एसआरसीसी में कॉमर्स में इकोनॉमिक्स में एडमिशन करेगा, बाद में दिल्ली में जो नई टेक्नोलॉजी इंस्टीट्यूट बनी है उसमें से एक सेमेस्टर पढ़ने जाएगा, फिर बाद में एक हिंदू कॉलेज में। आपके पास में कौन, किसके साथ आपकी ज़्यादा कंपटीशन होती है? हिंदू? नो, दैट आई नो, आई एम दैट फॉर आई एम हियर। लेकिन आपकी ऐसा नहीं होता है। नहीं, ये तो डिप्लोमेटिक आंसर हुआ। बच्चे बताओ आपके नेबरहुड में कौन है? स्टीफन है। स्टीफन में साइंस अच्छा है कि नहीं है? मैं चाहूंगा आने वाले दिनों में एसआरसीसी की एक बच्चे एक सेमेस्टर स्टीफन में पढ़ने जाए। स्टीफन के बच्चे व्यवहारिक होने के लिए, प्रैक्टिकल होने के लिए, कॉमर्स पढ़ने के लिए एक बार 2 सेमेस्टर कॉमर्स पढ़ने के लिए, यही सही मायने में मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी होगा, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी होगा, मल्टीपल एंट्री एग्जिट होगा। इसको प्रिंसिपल मैडम से लेकर वाइस चांसलर तक उसके आर्किटेक्चर बनाएंगे, ये मेरा अपेक्षा रहेगा। अभी एनईपी ने एकेडमिक बैंक ऑफ क्रेडिट की कल्पना की है। धीरे धीरे मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं, वीसी ने उसको उल्लेख किया कि हमने पेटेंट पेपर, पेटेंट प्रोटोटाइप प्रोडक्ट, मैं तो ये पेपर से बाहर आना चाहता हूं। पेपर हमारी साइटेशन, इस कल्चर को हमें बदलना पड़ेगा। पढ़ना तो पड़ेगा, लिखना तो पड़ेगा, लेकिन हमारी आवश्यकता क्या है? भारत को अगर एक बड़ी अर्थनीति बननी है तो हमारी प्रोडक्ट इनोवेशन पे जोर देना पड़ेगा। इसीलिए हमारी हैंड्स ऑन ट्रेनिंग, आपके लिए पेपर जितना महत्वपूर्ण है, मैं तो ये सुझाव दूंगा आपको कि एसआरसीसी की कैरिकुलम में हर एक सेमेस्टर में अपने नॉलेज अप्रोप्रिएट इंडस्ट्री, कॉमर्स, ट्रेड और प्रोफेशनल सेक्टर में आपको कुछ क्रेडिट अर्न करना ही चाहिए। आने वाले दिनों में आपकी कैरिकुलम ऐसे बननी ही चाहिए। इसकी व्यवस्था हमने एनईपी में बनाई है। आपकी पढ़ाई, कल मैंने बॉम्बे आईआईटी की एक प्रोफेसर गणेश जी, जिनके बारे में कल प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो ग्लोबल एआई लीडर्स को बुलाए थे भारत में, उनमें कल मित्रों 2 नए व्यक्तियों को, 9 नए प्लेटफॉर्म को प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी लॉन्च किया। भारत जैन बॉम्बे आईआईटी के द्वारा और सर्वम एक प्रकार से बेंगलुरु बेस है लेकिन आईआईटी मद्रास से प्रेरित है। मैंने दोनों के बारे में थोड़ा नजदीक से अनुसंधान किया। जब तक फंडामेंटल रिसर्च के बारे में ध्यान नहीं दिया जाएगा तो मॉडल नहीं बन पाएगा, प्रोडक्ट नहीं बन पाएगा। एसआरसीसी रिसर्च सेंट्रिक हो, रिसर्च होने से जाके इनोवेशन होगा। हमें एनईपी ने कहा है कि मल्टीलिंगुअलिज्म, दिल्ली ऐसा एक स्थान है मित्रों, हम समाज को पहचानेंगे, समाज की संवेदनशीलता को समझेंगे, तब जाके हम अपना ज्ञान को पर्याप्त कर पाएंगे, कुछ बना पाएंगे। इसलिए भाषा को समझना पड़ेगा। आप सब सौभाग्यशाली हो, दिल्ली में कम से कम भारत की सभी भाषाओं के विद्यार्थी यहाँ रहते हैं। दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी जो ओपन लैबोरेटरी, यहाँ आप रहे हैं, यहाँ पढ़े हैं, या पढ़ते पढ़ते आप कई भाषाओं को सीखते हैं। जो मैं जानता हूँ कई सारे पूर्व भारत के विद्यार्थी आते हैं, वो आते आते जब जाते जाते दीव से वो कॉन्फिडेंटली हिंदी बोलना सीख लेते, थोड़ा थोड़ा पंजाबी बोल लेते हैं। यह मल्टीलिंगुअलिज्म की ताकत है। एनईपी ने मल्टीलिंगुअलिज्म और विशेष करके मदर टंग के ऊपर जोर देने के लिए कहा है। हमें स्किल डेवलपमेंट, मैं वीसी साहब को अनुरोध किया हूं, उन्होंने काम कुछ शुरू किया है, लेकिन एआई को यूज करते हुए 4th ईयर में इसको पूरा वीसी साहब, प्रिंसिपल मैडम, स्किल सेक्टर में, फिनिशिंग स्कूल में नई स्किल्स को एक्वायर करने के लिए आप डेडिकेट करने से जाके हम कॉम्पीट कर पाएंगे, नहीं तो हम पीछे रह जाएंगे। स्किल डेवलपमेंट एंड इनोवेशन, ये भी एनईपी के एक प्रमुख रिकमेंडेशन है। इसके माध्यम से हमें ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड्स, आज भारत में विशेषता ये है, हमें ग्लोबल रिक्वायरमेंट को हमें पूरा करना है। भारत की रिक्वायरमेंट केवल नहीं है, ग्लोबल रिक्वायरमेंट को हम लोगों ने पूरा करना है। और हमारी एसआरसीसी ये सारे फैक्टर को यूज करते हुए कॉमर्स के विद्यार्थी साइंस पढ़े, पब्लिक पॉलिसी पढ़े, सस्टेनेबिलिटी को पढ़ ही रहे हो, टेक्नोलॉजी को भी पढ़े, तब जाकर आप स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम पे, इनोवेशन पे आप जा पाओगे। मित्रों, आप सभी को जॉब क्रिएटर बनना है। मैं अगर आपको एक छोटा सा इंटरव्यू करूं, आप जॉब करना चाहोगे या जॉब क्रिएटर बनना चाहोगे? मैं पूछ रहा हूं आपको, यंगस्टर्स को पूछ रहा हूं, वुड यू लाइक टू बी जॉब सीकर और जॉब क्रिएटर? पक्का ना? तो धीरे क्यों बोल रहे हो? जॉब क्रिएटर और जॉब सीकर? जॉब क्रिएटर बनने के लिए दिस इज राइट प्लेस। या एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप आप सीखोगे, फंडामेंटल इकोनॉमिक्स समझोगे, कॉमर्स सीखोगे। जब आप साइंस, सस्टेनेबिलिटी, टेक्नोलॉजी को भी थोड़ा सीखोगे, तब आपकी क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग मेमोराइजेशन से बाहर आएगा। अभी तो हमारा पढ़ाई मेमोराइजेशन के आधार पे है। मेमोराइजेशन से अगर हमको क्रिटिकल थिंकर बनना है, हमको सही मायने में मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी, सही मायने में स्किल्ड होना पड़ेगा। मित्रों, हमारी दूसरी बात मैं आपके सामने कहना चाहूँगा, एनईपी को थोड़ा आगे लेते हुए, एनईपी हमें क्या प्रेरित करती है? मित्रों, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने हमारे सामने एक लक्ष्य रखा है, 2047 तक हमें एक विकसित भारत की स्तर तक ले आना है। भारत को एक डेवलप्ड इकोनॉमी में कन्वर्ट करना है। भारत की डेवलप्ड इकोनॉमी की कैरेक्टर क्या क्या होगा? हम 5 ट्रिलियन बियॉन्ड इकोनॉमी बनने वाले हैं। आज हम चौथा बड़े इकोनॉमी है। हमें $5 ट्रिलियन बियॉन्ड इकोनॉमी बनना है विकसित भारत में। यह पहला शर्त है। यह एसआरसीसी से जर्मिनेशन होगा। हमारी ग्रोथ मॉडल, दुनिया में हमने कई प्रकार की ग्रोथ मॉडल देखा, कैपिटलिस्टिक मॉडल देखा, मार्केट इकोनॉमिक मॉडल देखा, हमने सोशलिस्टिक मॉडल देखा। मित्रों, ये तीनों प्रकार की चीज काम नहीं करने वाला है। हमें एक भारतीय मॉडल ऑफ ग्रोथ बनानी पड़ेगी। आखिर हमारी यहाँ, कभी मैनेजमेंट स्कूल में मैं हूँ, कॉमर्स स्कूल में हूँ, हमें सोचना चाहिए हमारे वहाँ भंडारे क्यों लगते हैं, हमारे मंदिरों में इतना प्रसाद क्यों फ्री में बांटा जाता है, हमारी मॉडल इंक्लूसिव है, हम पेड़ को क्यों भगवान मानते हैं, हम वायु देवता क्यों मानते हैं, पानी को हमारी यूज करने का महात्मा गांधी जी ने एक कंजर सोच बताई थी, कितना पानी यूज करना। नेचर, हम नेचर के एक्सप्लोरेटर, हम नेचर लवर, नेचर वर्शिपर है। क्यों? ये सिर्फ रिचुअल्स नहीं है, इसमें साइंस है। हमें इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ चाहिए, सस्टेनेबिलिटी चाहिए। मित्रों, विकसित भारत में इंडस्ट्री चाहिए, इनोवेशन सेंट्रिक। इनोवेशन कौन करेगा? इनोवेशन करने के लिए राइट कैंडिडेट है एसआरसीसी की स्टूडेंट। हमें मित्रों सोशल इक्विटी और सस्टेनेबिलिटी और सेंसिबिलिटी को ध्यान देना पड़ेगा। यह विकसित भारत की चरित्र बनानी पड़ेगी। हमें विकसित भारत में एथिकल लीडरशिप, आज सबसे बड़ी प्रमुख, आज जो वेस्टर्न मॉडल फेल होने की मूल कारण क्या है? आज क्लाइमेट के ऊपर इतनी क्यों चिंता जताई जा रही है? सस्टेनेबिलिटी इतना क्यों प्रायोरिटी की विषय बनी है? क्यों? लाइफस्टाइल एथिकल नहीं बनी, नॉलेज एथिकल नहीं हुआ, मॉडल हमारे एथिकल नहीं हुआ। सर्वाइवल ऑफ द फिटेस्ट, मार्केट इकोनॉमी में जो कमजोर है उसके बारे में क्या करना, इसकी कोई चिंता नहीं है। हमारी मॉडल में एथिकल मॉडल है, रेस्पॉन्सिबल मॉडल है। मित्रों, इकोनॉमिक स्ट्रेंथ से बात पूरा नहीं होने वाला है। ये सब कैरेक्टर आ ही जाएगा, तब भी विकसित भारत पूरा नहीं होगा जब तक उसमें ज्ञान आधार नॉलेज पावर नहीं होगा। इसके मूल पिलर नॉलेज पावर होनी चाहिए। उसके लिए डिसाइसिव यूथ लीडरशिप चाहिए जो आप हो। इसके लिए आपको बियॉन्ड बाउंड्री, बियॉन्ड ग्लास सीलिंग। कल मैं फ्रांस की प्रेसिडेंट आदरणीय मैक्रोन साहब की एक भाषण सुन रहा था कि वो वर्णन आपने सोशल मीडिया में घूम रहा, आप उसको देख सकते हैं। भारत के कौन कौन है? गूगल के सीईओ भारत की है, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट की सीईओ भारत की है, आईबीएम की सीईओ भारत की है। तो भारत की तो है, यही तो बैठे हैं। सुंदर पिचाई, सत्य नाडेला, अरविंद कृष्णन सब मेरे सामने बैठे हैं। हिम्मत लगानी पड़ेगी, साहस करनी पड़ेगी। इसको ही कहा जाता है लीडरशिप। मैं इसको देखने के लिए आया हूं। मैं कोई बहुत बड़ा प्रभावी वक्ता हूं, इसलिए आपको संवाद करने नहीं आया हूं। मैं साक्षात दर्शन करने आया हूं 21वीं सदी में मेरे नई लीडरशिप की आंखों की झलक क्या है, जिसको मैं एसआरसीसी से अनुभव करने आया हूं। मित्रों, मेरे लिए भगवान को दर्शन करना जितना महत्वपूर्ण है, मैं मेरे देश की युवाओं को दर्शन करना, उनकी आंखों की झलक देखना, उसमें आश्वस्त होना कि मेरे देश आगे बढ़ेगा, तब जाके विकसित होगा, ये मैं देखने आया हूं। मैं आपको पूरा भरोसा करता हूं, आपकी दायित्व तो उसमें है। मित्रों, आपने भविष्य की लीडर नहीं है, मैं भविष्य की नेतृत्व को यहां ढूंढने नहीं आया हूं। मैं आज की पार्टिसिपेंट। इतिहास बनता है, वर्तमान को जो जीता है वो इतिहास बनाता है। आप लोग वर्तमान को अपने मुट्ठी में करके एक विज्ञापन आदमी कर लो, दुनिया मुट्ठी में। अभी समय आया है और एआई की दुनिया में मैं पूरा आश्वस्त हूं। मेरे भारत के बच्चे इनोवेटर बनेंगे, मेरे भारत के बच्चे एंटरप्रेन्योर बनेंगे, मेरे भारत के बच्चे एथिकल लीडर्स बनेंगे, मेरे भारत के बच्चे ग्लोबल एम्बेसडर बनेंगे। जो मैक्रोन ने 4-5 लोगों की भारतीयों के नाम लिया, आने वाले दिनों में हम ऐसे ही परिस्थिति बनाएंगे। ग्लोबल साउथ की, विश्व की जरूरतमंद लोगों की आवश्यकता वैसे पूरा करेंगे, हमारे देश की आवश्यकता को ऐसे पूरा करेंगे जो हमारी देश उसी की ताकत पे एक वैश्विक नागरिक हम लोग बने, इसी अपेक्षा आपसे हमारी है। मित्रों, इसी संदिक्षण में, इसी महत्वपूर्ण समय में एसआरसीसी अपना 100 साल पूरा किया है। पिछले 100 साल आपने एक्सीलेंट किया, आपने अपना पराक्रम दिखाई। अभी आने वाले 100 साल आपको आपका इंपैक्ट दिखानी पड़ेगी, आपकी प्रभाव दिखानी पड़ेगी। आपने पिछले 100 साल आपका एक्सीलेंस दिखाई, आने वाले 100 साल आपको इंपैक्ट देना पड़ेगा। इंपैक्ट की बाउंड्री क्या होगा? इंपैक्ट की बाउंड्री होगा एंटर ह्यूमन यूनिवर्स। एंटर ह्यूमन इंपैक्ट आ ही गया। आपसे कितना अपेक्षा है, टेक्नोलॉजी की भी कितना अपेक्षा है, उसमें महत्व देता है, इसमें जोर देता है। आने वाले 100 साल आपको इंपैक्टफुल होना पड़ेगा। यह सारा विषय एनईपी 2020, विकसित भारत की लक्ष्य और आपकी दायित्व, तीनों चीज इंटरकनेक्टेड है। यह सिमलेस है, यह नया आवश्यकता है। आइए हम सब मिलके, मित्रों, भारत तो आगे बढ़ने वाला है। भारत बढ़ेगा कि नहीं बढ़ेगा, यह नियति के ऊपर है। मैं पूरा विश्वास करता हूं भारत बढ़ने वाला है, लेकिन मैं अपेक्षा रखूंगा आप वहां कहां खड़े रहोगे। आने वाले 100 साल के, आने वाले 2047 की, आने वाले 2035 की। वाई 2035 इज इंपॉर्टेंट? प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है कि जिस मैकोले ने हमको लंबे समय तक पराधीन करने के लिए एक मिनट्स बनाई थी, मैकोले पद्धति बनाई थी, उसको, उस माइंडसेट से हमें बाहर आना है। उस माइंडसेट से बाहर आना है तो हमको एनईपी को प्रैक्टिस करना पड़ेगा, हमको विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य को पूरा करना पड़ेगा, हमें अपने लीडरशिप को प्रूव करना पड़ेगा। इसलिए मित्रों, इस देश तो डेवलप होगा ही, लेकिन प्रश्न रहेगा, चुनौती रहेगा, आप कहां खड़े रहोगे। मेरा पूरा विश्वास रहे आप उसकी लीडरशिप पोजीशन में खड़े रहोगे, एसआरसीसी उसको लीड करते रहेगा। मैं आपकी ओर से एक वकालत करना चाहता हूं वीसी साहब को। अभी मैं तो, वीसी साहब, दीव में कितने बी स्कूल है? आपका पास एक है कैंपस में, कैंपस में एक है, एक एसआरसीसी के पास है, और कहाँ है? नहीं, मैं आप उसको पीजी का कह रहा हूँ, यही दो है। मैं वीसी साहब को मेरे आपकी ओर से एक निवेदन करना चाहता हूँ। वीसी साहब अभी 2 in 1 है, वो वाइस चांसलर भी है, वो एआईसीटी के चेयरमैन भी है। उनको बाएं हाथ से निकाल के दाहिने हाथ को देना पड़ेगा कुछ इसको। जब एसआरसीसी 100 साल अपना पूरा कर रहा है, मैंने पूछा था जब कौर मैडम मेरे पास आए थे, कि मैडम ये वो बार बार उनको मेरे नास बैठो आप बैठो मेरे अंडरस्टैंडिंग की सीमा थी। मैंने उनको पूछा कि आपका वी स्कूल रैंक में कहाँ था? उन्होंने कहा सर रैंक में हम नहीं आते हैं। बोले क्यों नहीं आते? बोले सर हम डिग्री नहीं है। तो फिर आप क्या हो? बोले सर आप थोड़ा हमको हमारी ओर से अगर पैरवी करोगे योगेश सिंह जी को, शायद वो मान जाए। तो मैंने तभी योगेश सिंह जी को अनुरोध किया था उनके सामने कि एसआरसीसी की जीबीएस एक प्रेस्टिजियस इंस्टीट्यूट ये है कि नहीं है? अरे आप ही कॉन्फिडेंट नहीं हो, है कि नहीं है कहने? इसको डिप्लोमा से डिग्री करना है कि नहीं करना है? पक्का? मैं आपकी ओर से योगेश सिंह जी को एडवांस धन्यवाद देता हूं। वो इसको जल्द ही इस सेंटेनरी ईयर में इसको एक डिग्री कोर्स की मान्यता देंगे। एआईसीटी के खुद चेयरमैन है, ये एक हिस्टोरिक कोइंसिडेंस है। उन्हीं के समय में एसआरसीसी की जीबीएस प्रॉपर डिग्री बने और आपकी रैंक बढ़े, आप देश की नेतृत्व करो। अनेक अनेक शुभेच्छा।
Thank you so much, sir. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Shri Dharmendra Pradhan Ji, Honorable Minister of Education, for sharing his vision on education ahead and for a wonderful gift to SRCC. Dhanyavad, sir. Before we proceed to vote of thanks, we would like to invite the alumnus of SRCC, Krishna and Navita Srikant, whose startup, Peetal, would like to share their craft with Honorable Shri Dharmendra Pradhan Ji as a token of their respect and appreciation. I would like to share that Peetal was a college project started by Enactus, a student-led society. They got featured on Shark Tank and grabbed all Shark deal, and they're now taking Indian brand to a global platform. Please come. Thank you, Krishna and Navita Srikant, for a beautiful moment and for making SRCC proud. Thank you. It is now my privilege to introduce Professor Simrit Kaur. Ma'am, over to you, please.
It's such a privilege to be proposing a vote of thanks to the Honorable Union Minister, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan Ji, and our esteemed Vice Chancellor of the University of Delhi, Professor Yogesh Singh Ji. I think with the regulators and administrators such as Dharmendra Pradhan Ji and Professor Yogesh Singh Ji, education is only going to go forward in leaps and bounds. आज का जो हमारा ग्लोबल बिजनेस ऑपरेशंस का थीम है वो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस रिलेटेड है एंड देयर इज़ नो डाउट दैट इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशंस if it was initially the steam which had transformed growth paths, it was followed by power, electricity, and today it is the Industry 4. लेकिन जैसे हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने AI इम्पैक्ट समिट में भी कहा कि अब ये हमारे ऊपर निर्धारित करता है कि हमने आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को किस नज़रिए से देखना है, भय के रूप में देखना है या हमने इससे भाग्य बनाना है। वी आर कमिटेड कि हम आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को भाग्य के रूप में देखेंगे और इससे भारत और अपना भविष्य को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। साथ ही में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने अपना मानव विजन AI इम्पैक्ट समिट में समक्ष रखा सबके, और मानव से दो वी अंडरस्टैंड इट एज बीइंग अ ह्यूमन फ्रंट, उन्होंने हर अल्फ़ाबेट को एक आगे कॉन्सेप्चुलाइज किया। मानव ऑफ M of मानव is for moral and ethical systems of artificial intelligence. A stands for accountable governance and transparent rules. N is for national sovereignty, जिसका डेटा उसकी ownership. A once again is for accessibility and inclusiveness. We are going to reduce the digital divides and ensure that the growth remains inclusive through the inclusion of artificial intelligence. और V का उन्होंने कहा it should be valid and legitimate, यानी कि लॉफुल होना चाहिए और वेरीफाइबल होना चाहिए। और मुझे उनकी एक स्टेटमेंट बहुत पसंद आई जिसमें उन्होंने कहा हम कुछ भी खाते हैं तो उसका प्रोडक्ट में लिखा होता है कि व्हाट आर द इंग्रेडिएंट्स and how good or bad it is for your health. Similarly, any product which is now going to be generated out of artificial intelligence, it is very important to label whether the product is an AI generated product or a video, or is it based upon a real factor. These are regulations which we have to take forward. Artificial intelligence, time and again we've been teaching in our class, has the capacity of shifting both the demand curves and the supply curves at not just the micro level, but also at the macro aggregate demand and aggregate supply fronts. Which means the moment it shifts the AS curve to the right, productivity, competition, efficiency is going to be improved. And when your supply curves are going to shift, it is in turn going to create a rightward shift of the production possibility frontier, practically meaning from the same inputs, we will now be able to generate more outputs. And this more output is going to be distributed in a manner which remains both inclusive as well as sustainable. इनके कुछ हमारे को risk factors भी होते हैं जब कोई नई technology आती है. Rather than highlighting on that, I would just like to summarize with some words. I thought AI है तो कुछ मैंने पंक्तियाँ AI से निकाली, लेकिन मैंने देखा कि AI के साथ साथ जब तक ह्यूमन का इंटेलिजेंस नहीं डाला एक ऑप्टिमल सॉल्यूशन नहीं आया. AI प्लस ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस से जो पंक्तियाँ निकली हैं, आई एम ट्राइंग टू पुट देम फॉरवर्ड. और कुछ तो मैंने जब सर आप ही कुछ बोल रहे थे तो कुछ उसमें और ऐड करी हैं. मशीनों की दुनिया में एक नया नज़ारा, कृत्रिम बुद्धिमत्ता का जलवा है निराला, डेटा के सागर में गोते लगाता है. इट इज़ नथिंग विदाउट डेटा. बिग डेटा एनालिसिस इज आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एंड दैट इज़ व्हाट इज़ क्रिएटिंग प्रिसिशन. नई राहें दिखाता है, भविष्य को संवारता है, मानव की सोच को बढ़ाता है, कार्यों को बहुत आसान बनाता है, लेकिन इसकी भी एक हद है. मानवता के साथ तालमेल बिठाना तो एक क्रूशियल शर्त है. वी हैव टू अडॉप्ट विद रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. सही दिशा में ही इसका उपयोग करना है और इसे सभी के लिए वरदान बनाना है. ग्लोबल रिस्क रिपोर्ट अगर आप वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम के देखें तो उसमें बहुत हाई लेवल है मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन फ्रॉम आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस. सो उसी की दो पंक्तियां लेकर के लिखा है, मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन के इस भयानक दौर में सही और सिमेट्रिक इन्फॉर्मेशन को पहचानना है. सर्वजन हिताय सर्वजन सुखाय की ओर इसी को ले जाना है. लर्निंग, relearning, upskilling, from employability to enterprise, इसी का दायित्व SRCC को निभाना है. विकसित और आत्मनिर्भर भारत की तरफ हमें अग्रसर होकर ही आगे जाना है और GBO को कोशिश करके आगे GBO डिग्री बनाना है. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that thoughtful and gracious vote of thanks. We extend a sincere gratitude to Sri Dharmendra Pradhan ji and Professor Yogesh Singh sir for their gracious presence and invaluable time, which have truly enriched today's proceedings. Due to prior commitments, our esteemed dignitaries will now take leave. Professor Simrit Kaur will be accompanying them and will rejoin the conclave shortly. We request the audience to kindly remain seated. Thank you. We continue today's deliberations. We have with us Dr. Poonam Sinha, Director General of the National Institute for Entrepreneurship and Small Business Development, Government of India. Ms. Rashmi Mancharamani, Chief Human Resource Officer, Weave Group and Chairperson of CII Women in Business, Western Uttar Pradesh. Mr. Vyom Jain, Managing Director, Nagaro. Mr. Golak Kumar Simli, President, Technology and Innovation at BLS International. We welcome you all. We request the students to kindly be seated. Continuing with our sessions, we now move to the keynote address. We are honored to welcome our first speaker, Dr. Poonam Sinha, Director General of the National Institute for Entrepreneurship and Small Business Development, Government of India. With extensive experience in entrepreneurship development, skill-building initiatives, and policy-linked programs, her work continues to inspire emerging entrepreneurs and future leaders. We are privileged to have you with us today, ma'am. May I kindly request you to address the gathering? Poonam, ma'am? Yes, ma'am. Over to you, please. Would you want a mic? Depends on you. If you want to speak from here.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity to interact with the young blood of India. As they have already told, I am Dr. Poonam Sinha, Director General, National Institute for Entrepreneurship and Small Business Development. National Institute for Small Business Development and Entrepreneurship is under Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. We design and organize different kind of training program to promote entrepreneurship and self-employment in our country and for the international participant also. My dear participant, we design a different kind of training program as per the need of the client and organize the program for entrepreneurship promotion. It may be for college and university teachers, faculty development program for them. Students, we organize awareness program as well as entrepreneurship development program. For government officials, orientation program, management development program for them. International program we organize basically for the government officials. It is a kind of trainers training program for them where we try to address entrepreneurship, different aspect of entrepreneurship for international participant. Basically, these programs are for high-tech companies, countries. It's about 176 countries. we also do specialized projects. Specialized project like PM Janman. Anyone has heard the name of PM Janman? कोई जानता है? No one. PM Janman basically there is a program for particularly vulnerable tribal group, capacity building program for tribals who are staying or living in remote area and their livelihood is dependent on minor forest produce. So we are organizing capacity building for program for them, and we are also providing market support, linking them, facilitating them for market and credit linkages. My dear participant, similarly for college and university student, we have started Vanswav Lambini, basically focusing for women entrepreneurship. We have organized program in Banaras Hindu University, Chaudhary Charan Singh University, Meerut, and Maulana Azad University, Telangana. So my dear participants, why I have come here? I have come here to discuss with you or to share with you that entrepreneurship is also equally important career option. My dear participant, am I continue in English or Hindi? Which language you want? English? Or if I'll speak Hindi in between, is it okay? थोड़ी थोड़ी हिंदी, थोड़ी अंग्रेजी, English. So I wanted to share with you something that entrepreneurship is equally important career option. How many of you are willing to become entrepreneur? Can you raise your hand little high? Let us compliment and let us give them a very big hand, those who are willing to become entrepreneur. Because you know, entrepreneurs are the movers. They can create job, they can provide employment opportunities to others. I am here not to talk about theory. I know you are from Shri Ram College of Commerce and you might have read about entrepreneurship theories and practices. I am going to share with you some very good examples. Stories. I am very fond of telling stories. You know, I am really glad that there are few who are willing to start their own enterprise. I would like to request you, if you want to start your enterprise or whatever you are going to do, please do self-analysis. Try to find out what strength you have, what weaknesses you have, and you are the only person who can manage your strength and weaknesses, and you can do miracle in the society. Why I am telling this? The youth, normally youth are coming to me, they say, मैडम हमें लोन दिला दीजिए. अच्छा कितने का लोन चाहिए? There is a limit in a scheme, Prime Minister Employment Generation Program, 25 lakhs, now it has increased. कितने का लोन चाहिए? मैडम 25 लाख दिला दीजिए. 25 लाख क्या करोगे? कुछ भी कर लेंगे मैडम. So कुछ भी कर लेंगे. I mean, I am willing to do something. It doesn't mean it is an easy job. Entrepreneurship is never an easy job. One has to have courage to take the ownership, take the responsibility of himself or herself. Then only he or she should go for entrepreneurship as a career. So, if somebody is coming like this, kuch bhi kar lenge, it means he is not clear about himself. he doesn't know about his strength and weaknesses. So it is very much important to know about your strength and weaknesses. Accordingly, you can manage, you can utilize or maximize your strength and minimize your weaknesses, and definitely you will be able to take decision about yourself and you will be successful in your life. Once I was taking a class in a training program which was for the teachers of ITIs, Indian Technical Institution. So I was talking about entrepreneurship education why. मैं देखिए किस्से सुनाने में बहुत अच्छी हूँ और आपको किस्से ही सुनाऊंगी. So I was talking about entrepreneurship education why. So I was talking about values, especially entrepreneurial values. So I said you must inculcate entrepreneurial values to the students so that they can take up entrepreneurship as a career, like innovativeness, respect for work, outstanding performance, so and so on. So one of the teacher, he stood up and said, "Madam, you are talking very good things, but you know what quality of a student we are having. आपको पता है हम किस तरह के स्टूडेंट के साथ इंटरैक्ट करते हैं. हमारे पास वो स्टूडेंट आता है जिसको कि कॉलेज में एडमिशन नहीं मिलता. हमारे पास वो स्टूडेंट आता है जिसको इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में एडमिशन नहीं मिलता. जो थर्ड क्लास स्टूडेंट होता है वो हमारे पास आता है. और मैडम आप कह रही हैं कि उसमें आप इनोवेटिवनेस लाएं, क्रिएटिविटी लाएं, उसके अंदर आप रिस्पेक्ट फॉर वर्क लाएं और आउटस्टैंडिंग परफॉर्मेंस लाएं. तो मैं 1 मिनट उनकी बात सुनी मैंने ध्यान से. उसके बाद मैंने बोला, मैंने कहा थर्ड क्लास स्टूडेंट नहीं है, थर्ड क्लास हम लोग हैं. हम लोग इसलिए थर्ड क्लास हैं क्योंकि हम स्टूडेंट के अंदर इनोवेटिवनेस और क्रिएटिविटी क्या है ये जानने की कोशिश ही नहीं करते. हम सिर्फ, जैसा कि मैडम भी अभी बोल रही थी, हम सिर्फ उनको सिलेबस के पीछे दौड़ाते रहते हैं कि आप सिलेबस के हिसाब से पढ़ो, अच्छे नंबर लाओ, आगे क्लास में बढ़ो और सिविल सर्वेंट बनो, डॉक्टर बनो, इंजीनियर बनो, प्रोफेसर बनो, क्लर्क बनो, चपरासी बनो, पर सरकारी नौकरी करो. देन आई गेव देम अ वेरी गुड एग्जाम्पल. वो भी मैं आप लोगों के साथ शेयर करना चाहती हूँ. ज़्यादा मैं नहीं बोलूँगी, उसके बाद मैं अपनी बात को यहीं समाप्त करूँगी. मैंने उन टीचर्स को एक एग्जाम्पल दिया कि आई वॉज पोस्टेड इन उत्तराखंड. सो आई रिसीव्ड अ रिक्वेस्ट फ्रॉम दी देन CM ऑफ उत्तराखंड to organize a program for the wives and daughter of snake charmers community. snake charmers वो होते हैं जो कि अपना जॉब फॉरेस्ट के वजह से जिनका छूट गया. Since the request came from the then chief minister, so myself and the principal secretary of state government, we went together to the area, and you won't believe the condition of the women or household was pathetic. ना तो उनके पास रहने के लिए ठीक से घर था, ना खाने के लिए था, और गंदगी, health and hygiene was the major problem for them. So we went there and we told the ladies that we want to organize a program for you on entrepreneurship. और आप लोग बिलीव नहीं करेंगे, हमें रिस्पॉन्स यही मिला कि मैडम ट्रेनिंग देने वाले तो बहुत आते हैं, हमको तो नौकरी चाहिए, आप नौकरी दीजिए. हमने कहा नौकरी तो आपको नहीं देंगे, मगर हम आपको इस लायक कर देंगे कि आप अपना पैसा कमा सकेंगे. बहुत ज़्यादा रेजिस्टेंस था. हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट में भी वो आने को तैयार नहीं थे. हमने उनके घर के पास ही एक चर्च था, वहाँ पे एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप एंड स्किल डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज़ किया. और आप लोग बिलीव नहीं करेंगे कि उन्हीं लेडीज़ में से कुछ लेडीज़ जो थी उन्होंने उत्तराखंड स्टेट को सोवेनियर दिया. souvenir based on अपन आर्ट। और आप एक चीज़ और देखेंगे कि उन लेडीज़ में जो कि ट्रेनिंग के दौरान मेरे फैकल्टी से पैसे मांगती थी कि बच्चों की दवाई के लिए हमें पैसे दे दीजिए, हमारे पास पैसा नहीं है, ट्रेनिंग के बाद जब उनको ऑर्डर मिलने लगा तो उनका कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल भी बढ़ा और उनका एटीट्यूड भी टोटली चेंज हो गया। दे वर कॉन्फिडेंट इनफ कि अब हमें हमारा ऑर्डर का पैसा मिल जाएगा तो हम अपने बच्चों का एडमिशन करा देंगे, हम शादी में चले जाएंगे। तो मेरा ये कहना है कि हर एक व्यक्ति में टैलेंट होता है, हर एक व्यक्ति में इनोवेशन और क्रिएटिविटी होती है, पर हमें अपने अंदर झांक के देखना है, झांक के देखना है कि हम क्या क्या स्ट्रेंथ हमारे अंदर है, क्या क्या वीकनेसेस हमारे अंदर है, अपने स्ट्रेंथ को मैक्सिमाइज करके और अपनी वीकनेसेस को कम करके स्लाइटली डिफ़िकल्ट बट अचीवेबल गोल अगर हम सेलेक्ट करते हैं तो डेफिनेटली हमें अपने गोल को अचीव करने में पूरी सफलता मिलेगी। तो मेरा भी बच्चों आप लोगों से यही कहना है कि अगर आप एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना चाहते हैं तो निस्बत डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज करता है। अनएम्प्लॉयड यूथ के लिए भी ट्रेनिंग ऑर्गेनाइज करता है, स्टूडेंट्स के लिए भी ट्रेनिंग ऑर्गेनाइज करता है। और अगर आप लोग अटेंड करना चाहते हैं आप ऑनलाइन भी वेबसाइट पे जा सकते हैं www.nisbat.nic.in और ऑफलाइन भी सेक्टर 62 में ऑफिस है, आ सकते हैं, देख सकते हैं किस तरह की एक्टिविटी इंस्टीट्यूट करता है। और अगर आप लोग किसी तरह की ट्रेनिंग लेना चाहते हैं तो उसमें भी हम लोग पूरा सपोर्ट करते हैं। ट्रेनिंग के अलावा मेंटरिंग एंड हैंड होल्डिंग सपोर्ट, जब बच्चा फील्ड में जाता है उसको दिक्कतें तरह तरह की आती हैं, चाहे उसको रजिस्ट्रेशन कराना हो, चाहे क्रेडिट लिंकेज कराना हो, चाहे ऑनलाइन मार्केट ऑनबोर्ड होना हो, तो वहाँ पे भी फैसिलिटेशन निस्बत प्रोवाइड करता है। तो मेरा आप लोगों से यही कहना है कि एक बार आप लोग रीथिंक करिए, एक बार आप लोग ये सोचिए कि एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप भी इक्वली इम्पॉर्टेंट करियर ऑप्शन है जैसे आप सैलरीड एम्प्लॉयमेंट को सोचते हैं। और अगर आप एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना चाहते हैं तो सबसे पहले आपको अपने आप से अपनी पहचान करनी पड़ेगी और अपने लिए स्लाइटली डिफ़िकल्ट बट अचीवेबल गोल सिलेक्ट करना पड़ेगा। डेफिनेटली आप एंटरप्रेन्योर बनेंगे। गवर्नमेंट की बहुत सारी स्कीम्स हैं जो सपोर्ट करती हैं एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप को, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को, और उनका आप लाभ उठा सकते हैं और आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। ज़्यादा ना कहते हुए मैं यही अपनी वाणी को विराम देती हूँ और आप सभी लोगों के उज्जवल भविष्य की कामना करती हूँ। अगर किसी का कोई सवाल है तो ज़रूर पूछें, प्लीज़। Please.
Said that. Good morning, ma'am. My name is Mohit Jain. I am second year student of SRCC GBO. Ma'am, you mentioned that they say that kuch bhi kar lenge. So don't you think it's not about their confidence in themselves, but more about the product or what to do?
कुछ भी कर लेंगे means if someone is going to start enterprise or her enterprise, he should be definite or she should be definite what type of product he or she is going to select, what are the opportunity available on the basis of opportunity, or I can say what are the problems, because entrepreneurs normally they find solution to the problem and they make money out of it and provide benefit to the society also. But they should come up with clear idea, with clear business plan. Then only they will be able to get money from the bank or from society. If I am going or if I am representing myself in front of bank, definitely bank will ask name of the activity, why it is important, why I am going to do it, what would be the investment, how much I will invest from my side, what will be the working capital, what will be the fixed capital, what are the machinery, equipments are required, where is the market, who are your customer. So I must be prepared with these basic questions. I should know the answer of these questions. Flatly, I will say, कुछ भी कर लेंगे, तो government is not going to give you money if you will not come with the clear business plan, clear project report, clear idea what you are going to do.
Sir, so ma'am, does NISBET help them in creating that idea and formulation of that plan?
Definitely, definitely. Our role is we organize entrepreneurship development program. First module of entrepreneurship development program is entrepreneurial motivation. Through various exercises, we try to tell the participant what are the strengths they have and what are the weaknesses they have, how they can align themselves with the goal. Second is opportunity identification. There are various opportunities available in the society, but how to identify opportunity for their business. The third one is government schemes, government ecosystem. At what step, what are the sources you can get support from government. Then fourth module is business plan, how to prepare business plan. We teach how to prepare business plan, and we also give opportunity to the participant to do practically business plan on the basis of market survey, which is also part of the exercise. They go to the market, do survey in a prescribed format, and they prepare business plan. Then interface with the successful entrepreneur, field visits, basic of managing an enterprise. These are the module of an entrepreneurship development program. So systematic training is very much important to become an entrepreneur. I will not say that without training one cannot, but training can enhance the probability of success. Any other question? Yeah, please, this side.
Hello, ma'am. Good morning. Please share the details like what's the duration of this program, when can students join it, and how is it different from an MBA program?
MBA is totally business management. They are creating managers. Entrepreneurship development programs are creating entrepreneurs. That is the major difference. These programs are run throughout the year. You can go through the websites. Normally, it depends. Normally, our training programs are for 90 hours or for 2 weeks, 15 days. We are also running few specific program like entrepreneurship development program on solar entrepreneur. That is for 9 days duration. Similarly, training program, we are also running training program for defense personnel, entrepreneurship development program. That is 340 hours. It's about almost 3 months. So duration varies depending on target group. Normally, 90 hours programs are frequently running in our institute, and it is throughout the year. And at Pan-India level, we have 22 centers at Pan-India level, and these centers are in different states except Northeast. Northeast, we have our sister concern, Indian Institute of Entrepreneurship. They are in all these 8 states. Anyone else? So thank you very much. I really enjoyed interacting with all of you, and your questions are really very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing those insightful perspectives. Before we proceed, we would like to felicitate and acknowledge Poonam Sinha ma'am's valuable presence. I request Dr. Kanika Gandhi, faculty SRCC, to kindly come on dais and felicitate Dr. Poonam Sinha with a stole and a memento. Thank you, ma'am, for a wonderful address. As we continue this enriching exchange of industry perspectives, we now have the pleasure of welcoming another distinguished leader whose work reflects the evolving dynamics of organizational leadership and people strategy. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Rashmi Mansharamani, Chief Human Resources Officer at the WAVE Group, a postgraduate in Human Resources from XLRI Jamshedpur. She brings over 2 decades of experience across leading corporate houses and international organizations with a strong focus on strategic HR leadership, organizational transformation, and talent development. Recognized amongst the influential HR leaders in India, she currently also serves as the chairperson of CII, Women in Business, Western Uttar Pradesh, contributing actively to strengthening women-led enterprises and industry engagement. Ma'am, we are delighted to have you with us. May I request you kindly to address the gathering.
Good morning. Am I audible? It's nice to see all of you, but I wish there were more of you. I see quite a lot of empty chairs, and it's a little disappointing, but doesn't matter. And I hope you will spend these, I've been given 30 minutes, but now I think the time is short. How many minutes do I have now? 15? She says 15. Okay, that's fine. So I'll cut it down. It's fine, but I hope in the next 15 minutes, I really have you all with me, right? Let's participate and let's talk on this together. So the topic is on AI, yeah? And there is a AI fever going on in India, in Delhi at least, you know, with the AI summit. And I have been highly influenced by it. Yeah? So a lot of things that I'll mention today, I have noted down, is from the summit, what the leaders said. Have you all been following the summit? Yeah? So have you all also noted down something? What did Sundar Pichai say? What did Altman say? No? It's all available on YouTube. So, you know, we all got entries, but due to the chaos, many came back. You know about it, no? It was very crowded. But then we had the link on YouTube, so you can watch whatever you want. Okay. So the first part of my, so 15 minutes, how I'm going to divide it, and I assure you I'll finish it in 15 minutes. The first part, it will be on building, that is entrepreneurship, as the Honorable Minister said. The second part will be more a little bit on sustainability, and the third part will be on how I use AI as a user, you know, how you all use, how I use. Okay, so first of all, the pinnacle of success for any student in any college, okay, and especially in SRCC, has been how do I get the admission, how do I get my degree, how do I get the placement in a global giant, yeah, and finally, how do I lead it, yeah. So maybe why I referred to Google was because we've taken Sundar Pichai as a North Star for performance management, right? Can I have your attention, please? Yeah. So right now that is shifting. What is shifting is from having a career to building a career. That I'll speak on that later. Then I'll say something about Sam Altman. Do you know what he said? Can anybody help me with what Sam Altman said? What did he say about India? So he raised a new mantra about India. He said that India is no longer a market. It's poised to be a full stack AI leader. You understand that? Full stack AI leader. And he believes that your generation won't just use these models. Your generation will define them. Thirdly, we have, I'd like to mention about Arvind Srinivas, though he was not there. I didn't see him at least, you know. So he said something very interesting. He said that in my mother's generation, getting a job at Google was really a wow factor. You know, if you get a job in Google, I mean, you've really done something. But he said something else. He said that his hope is that, you know, people like you should not work for global giants, you should build your own global giants. Go and work for it. So what is shifting? The new age of Indian innovation. That's what the minister also said, you know, that we move away from the best managers to the most resourceful architects. So today you have the infrastructure, you have the tools. So what are you waiting for? Yeah, for a career, right? But you should also create things that change the world. Yeah, and when you say change the world, it doesn't mean that you're building a company with, you know, market stock options and all that. You have to see that is there a problem and how I can solve it. So most of the time, you know, what happens in many companies, they start off with an AI problem. You know, with an AI that we should work on AI, but you need to have a problem to solve. Yeah, you agree with me? So what happened there? And then you know what happens? I'd been to an exhibition and then they were speaking that we've got a lot of 5 pilot projects. You know why 5 pilot projects? Because none of them moved. They didn't have a problem. They just started doing AI. So you need to have a problem and then you try to solve it.
I'd just like to add.
Wonderful, yes.
Sorry, I'm just
intervening.
No,
that's nice, I'm happy.
But one thing that I typically talk with my colleagues, with even my clients, is that, you know, the problem is not finding the solution. The problem is in finding the problem itself.
Yes.
So I think ma'am rightly said that you have to find the problem and work on it rather than let's start working on AI. I mean, it's the buzzword, agentic AI, and now, you know, super intelligence. We're talking about so many things. But do we know what is the exact problem statement that our client is facing or we are facing? So I think that's very important. Thank you.
Very well said. And I liked it that you joined me, and I hope this goes on, Mr. Jain, because a monologue is never very good. So you have to find, if you have a problem, work around it and find a solution. And that you become an entrepreneur for that. Yeah? And I'll give you 1 or 2 examples. The other thing that I'd like to say is that on the sustainability factor, I think they should settle down. Yeah. I'm happy more people are joining in. So on the sustainability factor, just a few lines, since it's a part of the topic, is that Mr. Pichai also mentioned that they predict floods in India, and it's 90%, you know, true, and it really helps the people. I think that is really where we should look AI at. What is another area that you all should look at, I'm talking to you students, is about the agricultural sector. You know, there are so many farmers, you're aware about it, and they have problems with the degradation of the soil and the unpredictability of the weather. How about you all find this as whoever finds this as a problem and works on it. Works on it is that find out what are the problem areas, which is the soil, what is wrong with it, and have a multilingual in the different languages, which you can do with the help of AI. Have a platform where you can help, the farmers. So tell me one thing to make it a little lively. Do you all do any plantation in your house, or do you do any gardening? Yeah? Everyone does some gardening? Huh? So sometimes you see that all the leaves have gone and, flowers have gone and it's all looking so sick that only the stems. So what do? I can't hear you. Loud. I can maybe take some tips from you all on gardening. What do? Yeah? Change the soil, yes, good. But you know which soil to put? There's so many types of soil, no? Brown, green, dark green. Huh? So you know what I do? Otherwise this is going to take... I use my Apple phone and I use that Google Lens. I just go with Google Lens. Sometimes I don't even know the name of the flower that I have planted. I go to Google Lens, take a picture, store it, go to ChatGPT and ask, these flowers are not growing, what should I do? And it works. I love bougainvilleas to put them on my, balcony. They look so nice when I come back from office and I see those pink and orange flowers. But then one day they all disappeared. And then I didn't know what to do. So I use this. I use Google Lens, and then I put it on ChatGPT and Gemini, and it told me that, are you putting too much water? I said, yes. I almost put half a bucket of water. I thought it was drying up. They said, bougainvilleas don't need water. So this is the beauty of AI.
That's indeed a great use case, because I use AI day in, day out, but I haven't used it for my plants, and I think this is a great tip for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's so much that we can use with AI besides, there's so many things. I don't know how you all use it, but I use it even to find a doctor. Yeah? I don't know how many of you all have used it to find a doctor. You all don't need a doctor, maybe. It's too early for you all. Yeah? But it really helps, I'll tell you. It really, really helps, It'll give you the specialization. It'll tell you exactly which doctor is doing what. It'll go back to the history of the doctor, and you can choose the right one, because you need to go to the right person. So the thing is to master the tools, and once you find the problem, as Mr. Jain said, then only you can work around it. So what I'm trying to say is, just to summarize this, don't try to work on to optimize a spreadsheet for a global giant. Yeah? Try to build society. That's more important for us. Build society. Why are you running after spreadsheets? Then I would come to startups, which is the second point. And again, this I have picked up from the trade fair, not the trade fair, it is the AI summit. Huh? Okay, one of the, so people often say that, you need a lot of money. Who is going to fund you? How do I start this problem? I mean, I have a problem, whatever a case, I've identified a use case, and how do I do it? But let me tell you, it's not so well said and done, but you really don't, you need a good idea. Huh? Have you all heard about Fool.company? Fool.co? Yeah, can you? That's lovely. Who can tell me what does Fool.co do? Anyone?
So it's a Kanpur-based company which procure the temple flowers which have been disregarded in the temples, and they make agarbattis and other ecological products out of it.
Very well said, yes. So when we go to the temple, there's so many, everyone goes with flowers, and there's so much that those flowers are just wasted. And he had this wonderful idea that let's ferment the flowers with the use of AI, and built around incense sticks. So you actually have turned devotion into sustainability, right? There was another, I will not speak about too many products, but this in this summit, they had this glasses, Sarvam glasses, Sarvam Kaze glasses. Did anyone go through that? That is something, I'm only talking about the Indian products. Did anyone see Modi ji wearing those glasses? Yeah? I can't hear. Yeah. So you know what those glasses do? Excuse me, can you tell me what those glasses do? I know it, but if you all can tell the audience, it'll be great. They are AI-powered smart glasses. Yeah. So you don't need a screen, you just need, and even Modi ji tried it, and it works in different languages also. So he spoke in Gujarati also to the spectacles, and it replied. So it sees for you, it replies for you, it pictures for you, it takes photographs for you, it can do everything for you. So we're looking forward to those glasses. So that's about sustainability. I'll come to the next point quickly. So artificial intelligence that we have right now, it's slowly going to be embedded in all our systems, right? It is going, right, it won't be a separate tool. It is definitely not going to be a separate tool. If it is, we are not going to work on it separately as we do now, right? It will be embedded in it, yeah. And I can give you one or two examples how it is going to be embedded. You know, in Tata Steel, AI is already embedded, and it's the furnace, you know, how much temperature it has to go up to, it is regulated itself. If a machine is going to get bad, it predicts itself. How much productivity is to be done is also, you know, mentioned by that. So the plant engineers, plant managers, they just set guardrails. They don't work on it as such. Huh? And the same way, you know, you have with Amazon. You know, Amazon is a company that works globally, and they have so many orders, you know, and how AI helps them, you know, because there are three things that change in Amazon on a regular basis, not a regular, it's more than regular basis, is the price, the inventory, and the logistics. And there's no manager sitting over there to approve that, whether the cost should come up, down, inventory should change, logistics, routes, and all that. It is all done by the AI machine, but with guardrails. But if there's something, the prices fall or something goes wrong, then only the manager intervenes. So that's how it does. So when we move from artificial intelligence, next we will go to AGI. You know what is AGI, of course? Artificial General Intelligence. Now these are those machines that will be, those machines they can perceive, they can think, and they take action also themselves. Yeah, so they are the ones that, these machines, they keep learning, you know. So right now, whatever you program in the machine, it does for you. But these machines will have a contextual reasoning, and they will work with the humans and take action themselves, you know. Like you can say for physical, you know about physical AI, those humanoids, right? So a good example of that is a Tesla machine, a Tesla car. So it's embedded, AI is embedded in it, and what happens is that the car sees where to stop, where not to stop, and you know, it drives on its own. So it's unlike a robo. Don't mix it with a robo. Robo is something that is programmed. It can also be a humanoid, but a robo is something that you can have in an assembly line. If you keep on programming it, it will keep on painting, welding, whatever you do. So this is how it is going to move. From artificial intelligence to AGI, and then you have a you know, digital convergence, and then you have quantum computing, which will be very advanced. So there's a lot to come for you, yeah. And but we will have to accept it as it goes. Now to the last part of it that I'd like to speak about, that was mentioned over there, is about technology. There are three, when you do any business, there are three pillars, always. One is technology, one is strategy, and one is leadership. There are always three things. Huh? What is technology? Technology is the engine that makes you work. Strategy is the roadmap, yeah? And leadership is the driver. So you need all three to intersect and work together. If they don't, it will not run. Let's take two, I'll take two very good examples and very fast. I'll take an example of Byju's. You know what happened to Byju's? Anyone knows what happened to Byju's? It's not there anymore, no? So what went wrong among the three? Was it the technology, or was it the strategy, or was it the leadership? You said strategy? Okay. Who said well? What else? Anyone said leadership? If anyone said leadership, then it's good. Because you know what they had technology, they had the best app. There was nothing wrong. I mean, it was really good. Tech was very good. And the strategy also, they had acquired a lot of global companies. The leadership went wrong. The leadership went wrong was that it had a lot of high pressure. People were taking loans, they did their compliance issues, and finally you had Byju's closing down to zero. Now, what does this say? This says that leadership is very important, and I'll give you another example, which I can, 2 minutes more, is that of Netflix. Netflix, again, has a technology, I think everyone Netflix is in the evening, yeah, or in the morning or afternoon. And it is watching which other movies you're watching, which you're not, so it follows you. Technology, it can map you anywhere, technology. And the roadmap, what to put where, which program to put where, and thirdly, leadership. It has a very participative leadership, and today Netflix is doing very well. So on that part, now I'd like to conclude by saying that, so I have two very good examples, which I'm not going to state now because of the paucity of time. Yeah? I have two very good examples, how we use it in real estate, AI, how we use it in the disability sector. And if I'm telling you offhand, if you all are going to become entrepreneurs, and I hope you will, please work in the disability sector. That really needs you. Yeah? Absolutely. Because everyone works in a profit center. Nobody works for the disabled. Please work for them, and it's very important that we work for them. In HR, we use them. We use it from everything, from the entire life cycle till the employee leaves. There are a lot of glitches in it. There's a lot of bias also, but we are trying to get rid of that.
I would just like to add here. I just read a story some time back. I think there was a young student, someone like you, fresh out of college, all slated to go to US, good job there, but then he just encountered a poor boy who was having some disability, maybe his hands were they were chopped off or something. So he then started working on creating a bionic arm at a very low cost, which cost like 50,000. In Indian currency, it's 50,000, but I mean it would cost you something like 10 lakhs or 15 lakhs if you go in for a regular bionic arm. So I think that guy, he had his own setup, and he used to, sleep on the by the roadside, and he invested entire money. So I think hats off to students and the stories like this, where people have really gone over and beyond. Of course, I mean, all of us cannot do that, but to some extent, if we can contribute towards disabled people, I think that would be a great contribution towards society. Just to add that.
I think that was very nice. Very nice. So, as I was saying, in HR we use it a lot, but there are a lot of glitches. But on the whole, it is really very good that we do. And there are two more points just that I'd like to add before this. This is very interesting, and I'm sure you'd love it. When we hire employees, say we've got 1,000 candidates, okay, and not 1,000, we don't have so high, it's around 500-600, and I need only 10. So that takes me only 5 minutes to, sort down the JDs with the CVs. Okay, I've got 10 now. Now, out of 10, I do the job matching with using Gemini or whatever, and I've got it down to 5. Okay, now I've called 5 for the interview, right? I have to interview them finally. Now, when I interview 5, and we have been told in HR, okay, you should ask the same structured questions together so that you can compare them. So this has worked very well for so many years. But you know what? Now what happens? with all the AI, if I ask the same questions, all of them give the same answers. So that's the paradox now. Yeah, you can't ask the same questions because they all give the same answers. It happened recently to me also. I had gone for a panel discussion and I had given the questions to the panelists. Yeah. And when I asked the first question, I saw that all 4 of them gave the same answers. I said, my God, what am I doing over here? And then I had my old copybook and I swapped over and I asked different questions. So all that is very important. So finally, what I'd like to tell you all is that, it's very important for you all to be entrepreneur. I won't say entrepreneur, go and build that company of your own. Yeah. It's good to build a career, good. But even in that career, you try to build something. So that is most important. So, and I hope, lastly, that when we say our decade from now, yeah, I'm done, huh? Yeah. So, she told me I'm taking too long. But it's okay. Don't ask me questions. I'll save that time.
No, I think
Achha,
we have some more time.
Okay,
That's what
okay.
I think.
I didn't read it. See, look at me. So, after a decade, I hope that the next startup that we have, the startup of the decade will be something from India that we have. Let's not look at the Silicon Valley anymore. I hope it is something from India that looks after complex markets, that bridges the gap between the villages and the urban ambition. And I hope it's one of you all from this room. Yeah, not one, maybe more from this room, so that we can have the startup. So go build that India. What are you waiting for? Create that world and we all will follow you. Thank you.
Ma'am.
Any questions for ma'am?
Ma'am, I'm quite intrigued and agree with what you said. So there's a question I would like to ask. Have you personally witnessed a moment where AI changed the outcome of the decision in which no human system would have done that? Have you personally witnessed a moment where AI changed the outcome of a decision in a way human system could not have achieved alone?
Yeah, there are lots. There are lots of it with data. When you use, there are certain things that we need to arrive at, and it gets very complicated. And when humans do come in, there is a little bias also. There is a little bias. So when you work with data and you put it in a machine, it will give you an algorithm. And if you understand and break down that algorithm, it will give you an answer that probably you didn't even think of before. Yeah. I can't think of any such example right now, but yes. We rely on machines a lot. We rely on machines a lot.
Oh, absolutely.
And it really gives us, why? Because, you ask 3 people, you have 3 different options. But if you ask the machine, there's so much we do in HR. We have so much data inside it. If it tells us that for succession planning, let's take succession planning. If you ask a manager that who is the next manager who will come next with me, so what will he do? The person he knows best, he knows that this guy will not, I don't have any security risk, it's okay with me, he's okay with me, that's fine. But if you ask the machine will go into the data and check the data points. How much was his success rate? And will put it in front of you. You might have another person. You will have another person. That's it, yeah.
I think it also depends on the quantum of data that you have, right? So looking at a spreadsheet, let's say there are 10,000 rows. A human possibly cannot make good decisions based on just by looking at the spreadsheet row by row, right? So when you give it to a AI system or maybe to an algorithm, I think then it can create a significant impact in terms of the kind of decisions the person can take, right? That's where the value of AI is. So, and as ma'am rightly said, I think data is the key. So the more mature your data is, I think the better your decision making would be. Yeah.
There's so much data, we are inundated with data, and it's difficult for a human to be so accurate on it. Yeah, the machine does it beautifully for you.
And then I think the data is not just in your spreadsheet, it is in 10 different sources.
Yeah.
And I have a presentation after this. I'll show you how we are working on different accelerators, getting the data from different sources, making a data lake and, getting the data and then utilizing the data in the right kind of decision making through different accelerators that we have created. So yeah, I think data is the key. I mean, people are running after AI. I think we should be looking at the data and see how mature the data is. If not, the first step is to make the data more and more mature, more and more relevant, and more trustworthy, I would say. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am and sir, for your inputs and also for your insightful perspectives. It is now my pleasure to welcome Mr. Vyom Jain, Managing Director at Nagaro, a seasoned business leader. He is a fellow of the Institute of Directors and a certified board director with extensive experience in driving growth and customer impact globally. With a strong presence across thought leadership and industry initiatives, he actively shapes strategic partnerships and agile business practices. Sir, we are delighted to have you with us. May I request you to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you for having me here, and I'm very excited. I'll just take a minute to set up. I have a laptop with me, which I'll refer to. So just give me a moment, please. presenting उसमें लगा उसमें से लैपटॉप निकाल लो यार बस nothing else. Thank you. presentation आप मुझे बोलो presentation तो ये बैग वहीं वापस रख दो रहने दो कोई नहीं that's okay. How's the Josh? How is the Josh? How is the Josh? Fantastic. I love it. Great. So as the presentation would soon be displayed, I think my friends are helping me backstage. Yeah, it's right there. So I'm here. In fact, I visited 2 weeks back for the alumni function. But today, as I speak, I think I have a mixed bag of emotions. I'm nostalgic, I'm full of pride, gratitude, and excitement. You know, almost 27 years back, I walked out of these doors. You know, I had a commerce degree. So as you can see, I have a BCom honors degree. Yeah. Okay, yes, that's good. So I did my BCom honors pass out of 1999 batch. So 27 years back, I moved out with a commerce degree and absolutely no idea where life would take me, you know. Probably I was very confused. If you had told that 20-year-old boy what I would be and if I would be talking about artificial intelligence today, I would probably have asked you what that even meant, because, you know, artificial intelligence and digital transformations were not even there. But you know, that's what the beauty of SRCC is. For the last 100 years, this institution hasn't just prepared us, prepared all the students for the word as it is. It's not, you know, for the as is word, but it is for the word as it is becoming. So what you are transforming into, that is more important. So again, thank you to the college, to Principal Ma'am, she's not here, but to Principal Ma'am, to Vice Principal Ma'am, thank you for continuing this legacy of SRCC as we see, and congratulations to all of us for celebrating 100 years of excellence. Thank you to GBO team and to YUGANTAR team, Misha Govil Ma'am, Sanjeev Govil Sir, for this opportunity to speak here today. And also a big thank you to the faculty and administration for educating all of you, for the students, and building up India's future. Yeah. So, you know, my connection with SRCC didn't just end in 1999. You know, I had a fair bit of good connects. And at Nagaro, the organization I work with, we have welcomed almost 25 students in the recent past. Last couple of years, we have hired from SRCC GBO program. In fact, 2022, we also hired from the BCom Honors and the Economics Honors program. But last couple of years, we have hired almost 15 students from the GBO program itself. And believe me, all your seniors, they are doing an exceptional work. They are working for companies which are also Fortune 500 companies. They are doing digital transformations there, and they're architecting global solutions. And they carry something distinctive from these auditoriums, these halls, these corridors, and that's intellectual curiosity and the SRCC work ethic, that all that we learn at SRCC. I think one of the panelists earlier said that when we speak as an alumni at this podium, we'll mention SRCC at least once or twice. I think it would be at least 20 to 30 times for me. So please excuse me for that, but that's how I am still connected with SRCC. And I believe 27, 30 years down the line, when you will come back to the college and you have an opportunity to speak here, like I am speaking, you will have a sense of pride for the institution. So when I passed out, I think emails were revolutionary. Internet was buzzing with gmail.com, yahoo.com, hotmail.com, today, when you are entering the industry, the world is transformed by artificial intelligence, by agents, by digital transformations. 3 years ago, ChatGPT was launched, and I think within a few weeks, there were 100 million subscribers to ChatGPT, or the users to ChatGPT. And in the past year itself, I think the enterprise AI adoption has increased from 78 to 88%. And I believe this is, in the technology history, this is the fastest evolution or the fastest technology adoption that has happened. But what happens, as you might have observed, there's a lot of confusion, there's a lot of hype around AI. So I think I'm here today to address some of those concerns, some of those questions around AI and how it would shape up our careers. I think that is my intent today, to talk about some of these points. And my topic is, as you can see, the evolving world of AI from hype to real impact. So here's the opportunity. While 88% organizations are using AI, only 8 to 28% of the organizations have reached advanced implementation. Based on the different functions that they are in, it would be ranging between 8 to 28%. And these are the statistics coming from some of the consulting companies, and I have referred to those notes from the likes of PwC and McKinsey, which I'll showcase also. And there's a massive gap, as you can see. 88% are using AI, but 8 to 28% are having an advanced implementation. So you see there's a window of opportunity, a huge window of opportunity for all of us to leverage and build up our careers around how this AI could be utilized, it could be adopted, and it can have a significant impact in the industry. Great. So without further ado, I'll actually go into the presentation. I'm not sure if somebody can help me with this. It's not working seemingly. It's okay now. Yeah, it's now. All right. So as I said, I work with Nagaro. And we are a 30-year-old company and founded in 1996 by a few brilliant engineers. And with our operations in US and in India, we started our business. And 2020 December, we got listed on the Frankfurt Stock Exchange. So technically, we are a German company, but our CEO proudly says that we are a global company because we have our presence in almost like 39 countries across the globe. So if you can see that we have a widespread of our presence in different offices. We have our offices in almost like 39 countries and almost like 17,500 experts who are working globally. So one of the interesting things which I would talk about is that, the tech today's, that geography has almost disappeared. All of us are very comfortable with Zoom calls or with Teams calls, so all of us working globally, but then, that's the beauty of it, that we are working like one team across the globe. And, as AI is accelerating this shift where we are making work more distributed and more collaborative, and it is becoming more and more fluid than ever before. So it's very agile, very, very fluid. And even all the business units that are part of this organization, they work very collaboratively, cohesively, and they are all global business units. Moving on, I think I'll talk about some of the core values which Nagarro has. So we beautifully have crafted the set of core values that govern our ways of working, how we conduct ourselves, how we measure ourselves, and what is our promise to our clients. We call them caring, and each of these letters in caring, so caring itself is a core value in itself, but then each of these letters, like C is for client centricity or agile or responsibility, intelligence, non-hierarchical, global, and caring itself. So I think these are the 7 core values, and why I'm mentioning this in our AI talk today is because AI is not just about algorithms, it's also about the values that we have as a part of the organization that win with AI, and they are not just technical, they are also more responsible, more ethical, and more adaptive, So that's the core values, but then I'll not take much time talking about Nagarro. Sorry, I'm a bit confused with the up and the down button. Probably too much a chat GPT person now. Moving on to the main topic, which is the hype, beyond the hype, what AI really means for the enterprises. So there are certain myths which we typically, when we talk about AI, we see these myths. What we typically see, the first myth is that AI is a technology problem. Believe me, it's not just about the technology problem. I think previously we were talking about finding the right problem, not the solution, not jumping to the solution or not start working on the AI right away, but finding the right problem, right? So AI success essentially requires redesigning how your organization works. So there's a lot of, redesign that happens at an organizational level. So there is redesign of the roles, the processes. Now we're talking about the CIAO role, which is Chief AI role. Chief of the AI role at an organization. We're talking about revamping the processes. We are talking about how better we can make the decision, how better we can make these decisions, how better we can do the governance. So we are not just talking about technology. We are talking about a number of things which are, around redesigning the organization itself or redesigning the operating model itself. Another myth is AI will replace humans. Of course, there are certain jobs which are at risk, and there are certain jobs which are already, taken away because of AI implementations. But, AI, it amplifies human capabilities, and it is amplifying these capabilities by handling data-heavy tasks. So I talked about data from different sources or a spreadsheet with 10,000 rows. While humans, they would still be very important because any judgment, any creativity, any strategic thinking that happens, that is something which the humans can do. So jobs would essentially transform, they would not disappear. That's the perspective that I carry. The next myth is essentially that we need perfect data before AI, right? So seamless data, and we cannot do AI without that. But then, what typically happens is that the use cases that we work on, they drive the data maturity. So what we should focus on is start with some high-value AI use cases which have good enough data. I'm not saying that it's a perfect data, but a good enough data, decent data. The business value you create in itself will fund out and justify the data quality improvements over a period of time, which would essentially mean that the use cases are driving the data maturity, right? So the data gets cleansed, it gets mature over a period of time. The next myth essentially is AI success means building models. Everybody who is fresh out of colleges, and of course we are not talking about a commerce or a management college right now. Maybe we hire a lot of BTech students, for example, engineers, right? So most of the engineers, they believe that AI success is only by building models, and their career would shape up only if they are working on cutting edge models. But believe me, I mean, that's not the reality. The real impact is actually coming from seamlessly integrating the AI into daily business processes, where decisions actually happen, not from building impressive model that sit unused in labs. I'm just reading it out because I found this very impressive, because there are models that have been created which are just lying there. Nobody's utilizing those models. The real value is when you start utilizing these models, even if the model is not something which is state of the art or cutting edge model, but if you are able to utilize that model in a very nice way, I think that is what is the need of the hour. So AI embedded in workflows is something which we are looking for. And then I think the last point, which is around the pilots. So there's a lot of investment that goes from the organizations in creating a lot of pilots. When I say pilot, they are small working demos, prototypes, or POCs on AI. So I think companies have a lot of AI ambition. So they do a lot of pilots, they do a lot of investment, but then nobody is thinking about scaling these. They're only talking about experimenting with these pilots, right? So I think the intent should be to maybe do a fewer number of pilots, but then scale rapidly. So these are the myths that we have. But moving forward, I think what are the current industry trends of AI? So as I mentioned, more than 80% of the enterprises are using AI right now, and 1 in 6 people globally are already using generative AI tools. Last year itself, 24 to 25, I think there was a huge growth in AI investments, which was almost 3 times the growth. And yet the striking point here is that only 6% of the companies are the true AI high performers. And that is where the window of opportunity for all of us is, that we have to unleash the true potential of AI. We have to see that the projects that we work on, or the companies that are adopting AI, and we are working with these companies, we have to make them successful. We have to ensure that this 6% is a very small number, so this should definitely go up. Okay. So we talked about AI, but then there are multiple parts of AI. So we talk about predictive, we talk about generative, we talk about agentic. So AI is evolving and it's getting more and more mature. So if you see that the predictive AI, which was like 45% of the total size of the AI investments, I think now we see that 2028 it would reduce, so it would be almost 37%. Generative AI is also reducing from 38 to 35%. But agentic AI is something which is slated to go up from 17% to 28% of the total investments. And we are expecting that we would be getting twice the value from agentic AI by 2028. So that's one of the reports from, I think, BCG. And the companies are experimenting with AI. Of course, 46% of the companies, they have, they are experimenting, and they have early pilots of agents. I'm specifically talking about agents here. So 16% of these companies are already demonstrating tangible value, and 30% of the companies are spending over 15% of their AI budgets on agents. And if you look at the rightmost chart, which shows that most of the use cases which are prioritized by the companies, they are essentially towards customer service or customer journey, R&D and innovation, which we believe is a significant part that follows customer service or customer journey use cases. Then followed by digital marketing and manufacturing. Okay, the next one is essentially a heat map. I'm just trying to cover a lot of areas. I know I'm not sure how much time I have, but I'll try to cover. Okay, okay. This is interesting? Okay, thank you. Great. This heat map is essentially showing the use of AI across different industries. So if you look at the axis is essentially focused on the different industries, media telecom, healthcare, technology, consumer goods and retail, and the other ones. And if you look at the y-axis, it is essentially talking about the different use cases, essentially into marketing or maybe knowledge management, IT, service organization, manufacturing. So I have listed out certain observations from this heat map, which I'll like to read out perhaps. So knowledge management leads AI adoption at 46%. The first cell on the left-hand side that talks about 46% is the first, the column itself is essentially, the first column is essentially talking about the sum total. It's kind of an average of the other columns. But then, so there's a universal need to capture, access, and leverage institutional knowledge. And therefore, there is this first use case, which is around knowledge management. It leads to AI adoption. Then I think the industry, from an industry standpoint, media, telecom, insurance, and technology sectors, they have shown a 95% adoption of AI use cases, which is one of the highest penetration rates across the different industries. And if I talk about the industry priorities, they reveal some strategic intent of each of the industry. For example, if you see the retail industry, they have this marketing and sales. So the retail industry is right there, where the overall percentage is 91, consumer goods and retail. But if you see the marketing and sales, which is the second cell for consumer goods and retail, so that is one of the strategic intent of the retail industry. So each of the industry would, have some focus on some of the use cases based on what is the relevance for them and what makes more business, significance for them. So financial institutions, for example, they would prioritize the risk mitigation, which is like 47% of the investment goes in risk, legal compliance use cases. And similarly, manufacturing and supply chain, the last two use cases out there, they are at 10% or 12% overall. So these are some of the observations, but then having said that, I'll again move on to the approach that we as an organization take, and we call it fluidic intelligence. So it's this idea that intelligence should flow through the organization and not sit in isolated tools. So it should not be in silos, it should be flowing throughout the organization. And this combines human creativity and AI-driven insights, which enables agility and measurable productivity gains. And this is the biggest shift we see, that AI works best when it disappears into workflows instead of standing apart as separate systems. Having said that, I'll just briefly touch upon the three pillars that we have of this concept called fluidic intelligence that we have at Nagarro. And this is something which is enabling a 20% productivity gains for our clients. That is the promise that we have for our clients, that using the fluidic intelligence approach of Nagarro, we'll enable 20% productivity gains. And I'm sure that every organization like Nagarro, maybe Infosys or TCS, Accenture, everyone is having some kind of promises. So I can just represent Nagarro at this point in time. So the approach that we take is essentially comprising of three pillars which contribute towards this fluidic intelligence. First pillar is called fluidic advisory. What we are trying to do using fluidic advisory is that we are trying to make ROI more visible to the clients. We are helping clients to see the impact fast with clear baselines, with measurable KPIs and real-time ROI dashboards. And this is essentially the system thinking approach to AI transformation. So, we are not talking about implementation at this point. We are talking about advising our clients, being a consultant, advising on their AI journey. The next part is the Fluidic Forge, which talks about how we accelerate deployments. How the AI accelerators can help build the Fluidic enterprises faster. So we have got some pre-built patterns, accelerators, which I'll talk about in my coming slides as well. So they reduce the build time, they deliver value faster. At Nagarro, we have, we approach AI by 3 ways. One is that we have all the business units which are focusing on AI in some way or the form, and they have got individual AI accelerators created, which we take as an offering to our customer. So for example, a retail customer, for retail business unit, we'll have a lot of retail-based accelerators, or similarly for BFSI, we'll have a lot of BFSI accelerators. Then the second part is that we have a separate team, which is kind of an overarching team, which is called AI Dominance Team. And this is the team which is bringing together all the accelerators of the organization, and they are creating a bouquet of services, a bouquet of accelerators, AI accelerators that we can take to the customers. And the third part is that we have a separate business unit in itself, which is called AI and Big Data, right? So this is a kind of a horizontal business unit, which supports all the business units in creating the latest and the greatest in AI, right? So that's the Fluidic Forge. The third part, if I talk about, is the Fluidic teams. So this is how we, how our engineers, we are having a lot of trainings for our engineers, and AI-augmented engineers, they are equipped with intelligent agents, which we are deploying to our customers. So that is a sum total of all these 3 pillars: the Fluidic Advisory, the Fluidic Forge, and the Fluidic Teams is actually contributing towards 20% and more productivity gains for our customers. So that is the Fluidic intelligence piece. But then moving on, I think I'll not spend too much of time on this slide, but just to give you a view of how we are co-creating a wide spectrum of AI-driven business solutions. And again, when we talk about these solutions, we are talking about multiple layers. So we are talking about the industrial enterprise data sources. So we are leveraging the enterprise data sources like the sensor data or the machine data or the audio data, documents, and structured or unstructured data, which is lying in different sources, and helping our customers streamline these sources, which can be utilized by the different AI technologies. So we are not just talking about generative AI, we are talking about NLP, data science, we are talking about computer vision, we are talking about deep learning, ML ops, and the likes. And then we are creating these multi-dimensional AI-driven business solutions. So these solutions could be into document intelligence, OCRs, intelligence assistants, forecasting, predictive analytics, multiple areas. And I have a few in my coming slide as well, which is essentially these. So there is the first one, which is NIA, which is Nagarro Intelligent Accelerator. Then we have Forecastra, we have got Ginger AI, we've got Causal Intelligence. I mean, I'll not go through all of them, but as you can see, they are into different areas. We have got Ginger AI. I'll talk about Ginger AI briefly, because Ginger AI is the internal AI tool which is also being used by Nagarro, and we have also done a similar implementation for some of our customers using Ginger AI, right? So essentially, if I have to log my timesheet, okay, sure. Okay, so I'll not go into the details of Ginger AI, but then again, just to give you a view, And these are some of the agents, because I represent the Salesforce practice of Nagarro as well. So these are some of the agents that we have created on Salesforce platform, and these are essentially, they could be domain-based, which could be a loan agent, which is called Finzi, or for shipping and logistics, we have created Freight Assist. Similarly, there are other ones like SupportMate or Assista or RetailMate, or not the RetailMate, but the Assista and SupportMate, which could be generic, which could be applied to any of the industries. The RetailMate is the next one. I'll very quickly, I don't know if I have the possibility to play this video. I don't think so. But I had a video here which I could have played, which talks about RetailMate. But again, in the interest of time, perhaps I'll quickly jump to the, okay. So these are some of the real use cases across industries, right? So talking about the first case study, which is an AI-powered recommendation engine, which is embedded in sales workflow. And the advantage was that it helped us drive 4 to 6% of sales growth by suggesting the right auto parts at optimal quantities. And this is essentially for an automotive major company in Asia. Similarly, for a telecom and a DTH service provider, we had this tool, which AI-based implementation, which helped predictive churn models identified at risk customers before they decided to leave. So it helped in proactive interventions that reduce the churn by 8.5% and save 1.7 million annually. But again, I'll cut it short, perhaps. These are some of the other case studies. I would have loved to go into all of the details, but there is some I'm short of time. So what is actually working inside the organizations today is that, again, there are 4 pillars, which I'll talk about briefly. So you have to start with high impact use cases, because productivity and customer experience are actually leading to adoption. And you have to, as I talked about, the experimentation first design. So you have to give away the experimentation first design and move more towards workflow-centric design. The next part is around building around the existing ecosystem. So integrate AI into existing CRM, service, and operations platform using API-first architecture. The third part is governance. Again, we have talked about governance earlier as well. Some of the speakers have talked about it. So I think responsible AI frameworks are emerging, and we have to see that how we can have a better governance for all the projects that we run on AI. Then adoption, which is very important. I think a lot of places we have seen that there have been very, very successful implementations, but again, just because the adoption was not great, we would say that the project was not able to realize the true KPIs which were expected from the project. So we would count them as failures. So that's where I think it's important that we drive adoption more, we focus more on adoption. Okay. So what are the challenges and how the industry leaders are navigating through these challenges? I think what's also important is that we need to understand that the AI challenges or the roadblocks are not just algorithms or technology challenges. They are more of people, organization, and processes challenges. So the BCC research, which I'm referring to, this reveals the truth that only 10% of the challenges are about algorithms, 20% technology, and 70% are the actual people, organization, and process challenges. And if you look at the bars on the right-hand side, 79, 77%, 74%, all these are more of people or organizational challenges. So no expertise to manage unstructured data, or people adapting to changes, or shortage of AI talent. These are more of people challenges. So I think also the fact that leadership gap is also there. We have only 42% of the cases where leadership has the true support for AI. There are budgets, leaders would allocate budget, but in terms of the true leadership support, I think there is still some road to cross. Again, so some of the strategic shifts that leaders must think about. AI forces a fundamental operating model redesign. It's no longer a question whether you need an AI strategy, but it's how AI is reshaping your entire business models or decision-making process and governance structures. And the data, as I talked about earlier as well, the more mature your data is, I think AI amplifies itself. Then I talked about trust, governance, and risk. They have to move to the center, and they're not just compliance check boxes to say. They are If, in fact, they are boardroom priorities now. So every boardroom conversation is essentially having AI as one of the core themes of any discussion. So I think the last part, which is around human and AI organization. So we talked about this piece earlier, that AI is not just AI, it is human plus AI, which would truly get you the right potential from the AI implementation. Again, I'll probably skip this in the interest of time. Okay, last slide, and believe me, that is the last slide. So something more relevant for you, perhaps for your careers, and the career playbooks are changing, and we are moving from linear careers to more adaptive and more learning loops kind of career, I would say. So the career game has fundamentally changed, and while you're shifting from specialists to hybrid thinkers, if you have heard of those T-shaped skills, I think that is the need of the hour. So you need to have more depth in one primary domain, but at the same time, I think enough breadth across business, technology, design, and collaboration to create the true impact. The next part is essentially around, the competitive advantages shifts are from doing tasks to designing workflow. So it's not just a solution to a particular task, but think in entirety, think from a workflow standpoint. That is more important. The third part is around the individual productivity, which essentially means that your future colleague will often be an AI, and your edge would be knowing how to collaborate with it. So all of us can extract as much data from ChatGPT as possible, but then how to apply that data, what is the relevant data, that still needs human intelligence. I mean, you cannot just take the entire ChatGPT dump and go into a meeting or go into a conversation. You need to intelligently, based on your experience or based on your knowledge, and based on the context, that is also very important. So you need to apply that data. Then I think the last part, which is around careers becoming adaptive learning loops, not linear trajectories. The most valuable skill isn't what you know today, it's how quickly you can evolve tomorrow, and making curiosity more important than your static expertise. So don't just focus on your current expertise, look at evolving, learning AI. So that is what I would say is the SRCC advantage, and your Commerce Foundation or your GBO Foundation gives you business thinking, it teaches you analytical rigor, and now you have this AI literacy on top of it. So create that hybrid thinking profile, and that is what the organizations like Nagarro, I would say, are in desperately need of as well. With that, I am done with my presentation. Any questions, last minute questions, or I don't know if I have the time for that. Any questions? No, I'm done. Any questions? Yeah,
yes,
please. Go
so
ahead.
my name is Saksham. I am from second year of.
Hi, Saksham.
Yes. So, sir, recently Nagarro has partnered with Salesforce to use their agentic AI accelerators.
Yeah.
So, sir, you have mentioned that operational efficiency is what we are getting for our clients. Sir, second thing is what I want to ask you that, does the decision making or the strategic planning is also being affected by it? And where do we put Fluid AI in it? Because Fluid AI doesn't need a database to process. It can process by itself. So, sir, what's the future looks like for managers?
Right. So I think, as I mentioned in my fluidic intelligence slide, I talked about the fluidic advisory part, right? So I think it's very important that we are not just jumping into the implementation for any client. We are looking at advising them. We are looking at, so we call this concept as thinking breakthroughs, where we try to go into any of the meetings, trying to understand in depth what is the strategic roadmap for the client, not just from an AI standpoint. I mean, overall, what is the next 3-5 year plan for them? How do they want to grow their business? Not the technology part. We're talking about the business first, right? So we try to understand their business, try to understand how we can give them the right kind of solutions, which comes as the second phase, right? So initially, we'll do the advisory, we'll try to, and as you talked about, we partnering with Salesforce. Of course, the Salesforce platform, for that matter, any of the OEMs like Microsoft Dynamics or SAP or Oracle, all of them have got wonderful platforms on which you can do AI developments. But again, the platform selection is something which would follow, you know. So that is not something which is the first thing that you should just go into a meeting and try to sell your platform. What you should try to do is try to understand the business problem. So if a customer is able to, let's say, we are able to address the problem for the customer without Salesforce by doing a custom development, we'll do that, right? It's not necessary. Even if I go into a conversation, though I am responsible for the Salesforce business, I'll see what is more relevant for the customer. If it is required that we need to do the development of Microsoft Dynamics CRM, I'll pull in the Microsoft Dynamics CRM team. I'll not focus on Salesforce. So the technology is not something which is important. What is more important initially is what is the business landscape, what are the strategic priorities, what are the 3, 5, 10-year roadmap in terms of business transformation that the client is envisaging. So that's how I would pick it. Yeah. Hope that answers. Yeah. Okay. So I see a few more hands.
Hello, sir. My name is Yogeshwar Mishra. Like you have mentioned about how Nagarro is serving its clients by leveraging AI. What I wanted to ask is like we have seen that investments from different companies in India's AI ecosystem. So like being a global giant like Nagarro, how Nagarro is planning to invest in India's AI ecosystem in near future? Like.
Yeah, no, that's a very great question. As I said, we are a global company. So we have clients who are not just US clients or Europe clients or Middle East clients or Australian clients. We do work fairly a bit in India as well. As we speak, we have a team which is focused on India public sector, right? So we have got a focused attention towards the public sector implementations, including AI implementations for sure. So, you know, what we are trying to do is we are trying to reach out to these public sector organizations. We are looking at open tenders. We are looking at RFPs. You know, we are trying to work with these public sector companies. At the same time, there are certain banking and financial services clients which we work with in India. I talked about one of the accelerators in Salesforce, which is called Finzi, you know, the loan processing accelerator. That was created for one of the leading financial bank of India itself, right? So there's a lot of focus on India market, and we have people in different capacity, in delivery capacity, in sales capacity, pre-sales capacity, who are focusing on the India market itself. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
I think we should be. Okay. With that, I think I'm really short of time. I can definitely take questions offline or. Okay.
Hello, sir. My name is Monica Jain, and I'm first-year student of BCom Honors here. So my doubt is, you mentioned that there are some jobs which are at high risk. So what are these jobs, and how the people employed in these jobs will survive, and is there any alternative for these jobs?
Yes, very good question. I think that's a very relevant question, because if I talk about, for example, customer service agents, right? So you would have seen there's a paradigm shift. Earlier they used, you need to call, you need to, you know, get your problem or query resolved. But now it's all a one click. You just need to go to, let's say, Amazon support or whatsoever. You just go to the support, find your problem, and probably you'll get a solution to it, right? You don't need to speak to a customer service. So that's one, right? More and more jobs which are manual, which are repetitive, you know. So let's say if there is a company which is, there's a profile, the person is only manually processing the documents, right? He has 100 documents, and he subah se leke sham tak, he's just kind of looking at documents. So that is at risk. And what you need to do is essentially upskill yourself, right? So don't focus on still on the technology part of it. Focus on how the technology can be applied to a specific business problem. That is what is more important, right? So upskilling is something which you have to do day in, day out. Believe me, 2 years back, I have done a post-graduation in AI and ML also. So there is no end to learning. I'm right now also looking for a few of the courses in Udemy. I'm trying to learn from them, maybe agentic AI. So try to find the relevant courses, speak with your peers, speak with your seniors, speak with people in industry. Try to get those inputs, what is more relevant in the industry, try to upskill yourself in those areas. That is what is required. That's a short answer for your question. Okay, thank you, and have a nice day, and see you soon. Thank you.
I think I can answer a little bit of that question also. Repetitive jobs, jobs in data entry. Yeah? You said which jobs will go away? Repetitive jobs, as Mr. Jain said, but jobs in data entry. Wherever you have to do data entry, the machine can do it. And you have those CRM jobs, customer relation. When they call up, you know, when, say you want to buy a house and you see the hoarding on the way, yeah, and you call up the office. So there was a person who was telling you, you know, the house is available here, Ghaziabad, Delhi, Noida. Now that person will not be there. You'll have a machine that will order for you. So anything else, anyway, I think any hospitality job that requires, you know, speaking from the back office, all will go away. They've already gone. I think we're already done. I think you're clear about that. Yeah, anything repetitive will go away, but that'll leave a lot of space for us, you know, to, you know, work more on creativity. A content writer. Almost in all the offices, content writers have been asked to leave because you don't need any content because content is available like anything. You know, there are a lot of ghost writers. Even I used to be a ghost writer when you know, it was like a hobby. You know what to do? Now nobody even approaches me. So, yeah, honestly speaking. So anything repetitive will go away, but new things will come. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you, sir, for those valuable insights. Your perspective on technology-driven innovation has certainly given us so much to reflect upon. Ms. Rashmi Mancharamani, ma'am, has to leave because of some prior commitments, so we will proceed by felicitating her with a memento and a stole. I would request Dr. Sunita Sharma, ma'am, to come over stage and felicitate Rashmi, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. We also have our third speaker with us, Mr. Golak Simli. Continuing with this enriching exchange of ideas, we now welcome another distinguished industry leader whose work reflects the growing role of technology in transforming global service ecosystems. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Golak Kumar Simli, President, Technology and Innovation at BLS International. With extensive experience in digital governance, technology transformation, and innovation-led service delivery, he brings valuable perspectives on how technology continues to enhance operational excellence and global connectivity. Sir, we are privileged to have you with us. May I request you to kindly address the audience.
We are presenting it in the screen. You can control it.
Yeah, no problem. Very good afternoon to all of you. I think I'm at the cross section between lunch and speaking session, but believe me, I'll not allow you to kind of go into a hedgy mode. I'll leave a lot of incubation ideas among all of you, that's for sure. So let me at the outset thanks the SRCC, the GBO team. My guru, Professor Sanjeev is here. So when I was doing my executive MBA from XLRI, one of my guru is here. Let's come back to what we are here for today. We are discussing about AI, impact of AI. There are a lot of huge cases we are seeing cutting across all the section. It has nothing to do with a industry, a government organization, a education institution. I can now quote a plethora of such example. But let me start with asking all of you here, especially the young minds, which I can see here. Can someone tell us, saying that, what is the most valuable strategic asset today? Any one of you? I'd like to engage more rather going on a slide mode. Yeah. Yes? What is the most valuable asset today we have? Most valuable strategic asset? Data. Who said that? Can you please stand up? Somebody said that. Yes. Data is the most valuable strategic. What's your good name?
Sir, Rohan.
Rohan, right?
Yes, sir. From second year.
Okay, Rohan. Very good, Mr. Rohan. But why do you feel that data is the most strategic asset today?
Because lots of models of, basically for ML models are based on the data. If we have more data, then our models are more refined. So
Good.
Data is
In a way, good. But still, let me take you a little more inside. Another questions, all of you. Do you really know how much of data you generate per day? I'm not talking about a heavy user. Let's talk about a light user. How much of data you generate per day on an average? In MB, GB, what? GB? How much of GB? On an average, 2 GB of data, right? And how much data you consume per day? Again, on an average, 2 GB of data. Now, today we are at event something called YUGANTAR, right? And what is YUGANTAR? You are at the cross-section of change. You are at the era of change, right? You are the YUGANTAR. And that YUGANTAR start with what? The data. And if you generate that 4 GB of data per day, let's take little more insight. How do you bring in AI space onto that data? Right? When we are transforming Government of India, all those large transformation, you all might have heard about Aadhaar, you might have heard about DigiLocker, right? You might have heard about passport. In fact, passport was one of our kind of a brainchild, passport transformation. And you know, the biggest challenge for us, what could be the biggest challenge for us and all of you which you're going to face going upward? The country like ours, the biggest challenge we all have is the variations we have, right? And what are those variations? Those variations are your demography, geography, literacy, educations, last but not the least, economic conditions. Now, if you bring a change, how do you bring a change? Having so much of a variation at a scale. Here is a country, I'm talking about more than 1.4 billion of people. Some of these European countries, some of these Western countries, they are not even equal to one of my state, right? Forget about the country. Now, if you deal with that scale, if you deal with that variation, I think AI is one enabler which is helping me cutting across, dealing with all such challenges, but then another flip side of it. I think my colleagues, some of these he touched upon, saying that what is the flip side of the AI? that we call today, in fact, I'm just rushing in from AI Impact Summit. I had some session there. Actually, the biggest challenge for all us of today we stand here is how do you create a responsible AI? How do I create an ethical AI? Now let me deep dive a little inwards. When I say responsible AI, when I say ethical AI, what does it mean? And when we are dealing at a mass scale to those variations with the help of AI kind of a emerging sense, and where citizens are directly involved, where you and I are directly involved, it's no one's data, it's your and my data, right? Correct? If I ask you another pertinent questions, who protects your data in the cyberspace? Who actually protects your data, you as an individual? Is it a state? Is it a government? Is it a big giants like Google, Amazon, this and that? Are there international laws who is protecting your data as individuals in the cyberspace? Or, last but not the least, is it the self-discipline which I call digital literacy? And it's not one. It's a multi-layer of arrangements. It's not one, it starts from the last which I told. It is the self-learning digital discipline. And where is this self-learning digital discipline will come when you have so much of such variations, education, literacy, economic conditions. So the first incubation idea must flow from you. How do I bridge these gaps? What is that AI I'm going to design? What is that AI I'm going to develop which can bridge these gaps at a mass scale, at a grassroots level, right? And when I was transforming, I can quote one of these examples because as I said, I love numbers, I love use cases. So when I was transforming the passport as a transformation within Government of India, there was a time when you get a passport on an average, let's say, a month is a less time, I'll say. It was taking on an average 60 days, 90 days, and then you are lost. You don't know where is it lying, why is it lying, how long it is lying, whom to approach, how to approach, nothing you are aware of. Today, you apply a passport under Tatkal services, you go to our Passport Seva Kendra, right? You submit the application even before you reach home. There is a SMS on your mobile saying that your passport is in print queue, right? How is it possible? You have not even reached home, right? You have just submitted the application, you are going back to your home, you are getting a SMS saying that your passport is in print queue. How is it possible? Do you really think this is only the technology way we have dealt with it? I think again, I'll go back to my colleague here. Technology today sits as a business driver, service delivery, no kind of a core, but technology alone will not do. That means when we are enabling this ecosystem at large for the citizen, it was not only technology, but along with the technology, the kind of facilities and amenities I need, the kind of I will engage with the citizen at the last mile, right? Assume that a passport applicant residing in a northeast location or a remote places of Bihar, Jharkhand and UP, and I don't want to lay a red carpet for somebody like us and a poor citizens or villager or farmer like they have been treated differently. Can I create that equal access to all, right? Can I reach to you whatever language you understand, whatever vernacular you understand? It is not the way I want to engage you, it is the way you want to connect with me. Can I turn around 180 degree? And believe me, whatever we have delivered, whether it is Aadhaar, Passport Seva, DigiLocker, GST, I can quote plethora of such example. This is what we have done. We have turned around 180 degree. And our way of dealing with the AI is, if you ask me, countries like US, they are looking AI in their core as a innovation, right? European countries, all of them, AI being treated as a regulated, very regulated heavy way. But what India is chartering a third path, right? And we'll showcase to the world, and people like you, young minds like you, will showcase to the world that there is a third path available. And what is that third path? AI at a scale, but AI is a trust way. AI is a ethical way, right? Having said that, when I'm dealing with this AI at large scale, at population scales, you are thinking of a lot of incubation ideas to be driving through AI, and I do believe that young minds from SRCC or any of the Delhi University, they might be hovering around a lot of incubation ideas, right? But how do you start? Where do you start? And that is what, as I said, you start with yourself. What is the data you are doing with yourself? Now let me take little further from the data what I said you are generating or consuming 4 GB of data. When you are consuming or generating this data, data flows in 5-directional way. Those 5 V's. You understand those 5 V's, right? The volume, value, velocity, veracity, and variability. Now, while you are generating this data, you must understand this concept of 5V. Try to understand that even if you are surfing a web, even if you are sending an email, even if you are receiving an email, even if you are downloading a video, even if you are watching a movie, please try to connect those 5 V's, whatever you are doing. Then you take it little further. Make a business case out of it. Once you understand this 5 V's, let's make a business case. And in organization, in industry, forget about industry, even in education institute and people like you, these business cases flows in direction of 5 W's. Any of the business case, pick up a use case of your organization, institution, pick up your own individual case. I can take my own case, my colleague can take his own case. And what are these 5 W's? I said the data you generate. I also said understand the 5 V's concept of data when you are consuming or you are harnessing the data or you are generating the data. Now you are applying to a real life use case, real world use case. Now this real life or real world use case, when you apply the data, it starts with the first W I call workload. That is your business. That is the job you are into. Today you are a student, so students could be, your education could be your workload. That is your business for you. Career could be your workload, right? Any ideas you are floating around would be your workload. So that is the first W, apply there. The second W is the workforce. Whom are you creating or whom are you applying this business? The workforce, the citizens at large, the masses at large, right? So workload, workforce. Third W, that is the workflow, the application. How will you reach plethora of mobile apps, right? So how is it that application behaving? The workflow, the application. Fourth W, workspace. Where are you dealing from? Are you dealing with in sitting with this room, globally, anywhere, anytime, any device kind of a scenario? Are you dealing with an on-prem data center? Are you dealing from a cloud data centers? What exactly your workspace is? That is the fourth W. Fifth W, that is the web. Wherever you are. Today, web is must. You have to cross that cyberspace, right? Now, while I am saying so, I also feel that when we are designing, developing responsible AI or ethical AI, the three core pillars must be, the first core pillar must start with privacy by architectural design. It must not be driven by policy. Government, we frame a lot of policies, right? But when you deal with AI, when you deal with citizen data, when you deal with your and my data, the first principle is privacy must start with architectural principle. Privacy must start with design. And what is that principle all about? When I talk in terms of data, data must be used, which I call data minimization principle, right? Just for the sake of the data, you cannot collect data, you cannot harness data. Apply a principle of data minimization. Second principle, architectural design principle, purpose limitation. What purpose I have collected that data? If I have collected your data for issuance of a passport, I must rest there. And even if I am doing something else, the principal owner of the data, which is you in this case, must be informed, must be taken his or her consent, must be also informed in an understandable term, what will you apply for, right? So that is the second in the data layers. Third, federated model. A lot of AI models we are developing, right? Think of a data federated model. Fourth, data when you collect and when you store or whether data is in transit must be encrypted, right? So this is the first pillar, architectural principle. The second pillar, something I call sovereignty pyramid. We are discussing a lot of this thing on AI Impact Summit, and I feel really kind of a proud saying that the sovereignty pyramid, the idea, again, it's kind of one of my vision. How do we create a sovereignty pyramid for the country? And what that sovereignty pyramid will consist of? The sovereignty pyramid will consist of chip sovereignty, cloud sovereignty, AI sovereignty, and knowledge sovereignty. Can we create that sovereignty pyramid for the country, right? Then the third, which is very, very important when we are dealing with AI, some of our speakers touch upon, saying that the human, you and me, when we are dealing with AI, must be in the loop. For final decisions, final oversight must be human away, right? It cannot be AI away. I typically believe a black box AI kind of a thing, which I call black box AI, doesn't have and do not have any place on a civilized society, right? So when I am dealing with AI, AI must be dealt with ethical principle. One slide I must show, this all you can go through, I think. No, these slides are not moving. So this, I told you the numbers which we are dealing with, right? This is one of the kind of a AI chain which I call intelligence way of dealing with the AI. You can see institutional intelligence, machine intelligence, and human intelligence. Some of the huge cases which I spoke, I don't want to repeat that, you can go through it. This is the pyramid I talk about, sovereignty pyramid, right? But the last slide which I am showing here, I mean, we have learned a lot when we are developing, designing this DPI. You know what is DPI, right? For our country, that is the digital public infrastructure. So when we are creating this DPI mother platform, whether it is Aadhaar, whether it is DigiLocker, whether it is kind of a passport seva, so any of the GST, all of them. So we had a lot of learning from the DPI, but the question is who will save the AI? So I go back to where I am starting from, saying that is it you as an individual, is it a big giant like, let's say, all of these big giants, is it a state actors like Government of India, is it some other people like institutions, organizations, industry? Who owns it? Who will shape it? And it has to be a multi-layered kind of a architecture when you go forward. As a closing remarks, I must say that you as a young minds coming out from SRCC, AI will have lot of opportunity to engage for, lot of incubation ideas, lot of startups will come up. But the way what we have seen this journey is, these incubation ideas, these startups, these flows of minds will only help you, provided you are able to connect those ideas, those incubation minds to the larger ecosystem. And the larger ecosystem is the larger goal of the country, greater good, global good. So that is the way I'll close my closing remarks. Thank you everyone. Thank you everyone. Maybe one question I can take if time permits. Okay, please.
Hello, sir. My name is Sanskriti. So my question is that we often talk about using AI as a tool for collaboration rather than competition. But in real world, that is not how it works. It is replacing a lot of jobs. So where do we draw that line? What is the maximum level of replacement that we can afford today?
No, absolutely, Sanskriti. As we are discussing, as we are deliberating, I mean, it's always a trade-off. We need to create a balance between technology, AI, the emerging sense, and the legacy which we are dealing with. And the problem is the other side of the coin, which is the emerging sense, are kind of a moving on a multiplier way, right? Wherein when it comes to skilling, reskilling, kind of a mapping the other sense of where we are lacking, that gap must not be widened. And that is why AI is an opportunity, what we are, or industry at a large, or government at a large is thinking, how do I use AI itself to bridge that gap, rather, as you rightly asked, to create or widen that gaps. So that is the way AI has to be. That is the way this emerging sense has to be. It must not widen our gaps, right? It must be used to fill those gaps. It must be used to bridge those gaps. So that is the way you will see that industry will move forward. That is the way government is creating compliances, regulations, and law of the land. And that is the way the data or the ecosystem which we are dealing with has been built around, whether it is a cloud, whether it is an application, whether it is any kind of a use cases. So that is the way we are looking into. So thank you. Thank you. So, yeah.
Hello, so like we have talked a lot about AI and data, but in reality our data is not with us. Majority of our data is transferred to other nations like in America or China, because we don't have enough infrastructure to store that data. And we have seen lot of like investments and announcements regarding data centers in our
Yes.
country. So what is your take, like whether we would end up being only the data storage center, or we would work towards, AI innovation kind of a center? Because what I'm seeing right now is our focus is just on data storage, and we are very happy, we are very celebrating that we are getting investments around data center and all. But we are not seeing that in future we would end up being only the data storage center, rather being an AI innovator kind of a.
No, no, absolutely. I think you might have heard what I have told about that sovereignty pyramid, where data is not only playing the role, right? And that is why while we are trying to localize the data within the country, and that is important for all of us, but at the same time, the data will play around those four pyramidal layers. One is, as I said, the chip sovereignty. Second, as I said, the cloud sovereignty, which will take care of your data in infra. Third is the AI itself. The model will develop, which is your questions. The model will develop must be seen that the model is, while it is data centric, what is the real world use case? That is more important. That is more important you all to understand while harnessing the potential of that data. And you will only be able to do that, the last bit and the last piece, if you understand, that is called knowledge sovereignty. So all of them will together play a big role, and that is why that sovereignty pyramid has to be India way. When it comes to cross-border, you will also going to see going forward saying that there will be lot of inter-border AI arrangement which will get developed. Because ultimately, today you are a global citizen, right? Now, if you are a global citizen, you can't say that I'll not travel or not visit anywhere, I'll not go for a study or any purpose, leisure trip or anything, right? So there will be a lot of cross-border intersection of AI development which is parallelly going on. So first and foremost thing to ensure that our citizen data, your data, my data is safe and sound within the country. Whatever doing, whosoever is doing, whether it is a big giant, whether it is a government, whether it is an institution, or at the last, whether it is an individual. So thank you.
Thank you.
I think thank you. We are already late. There are a lot of, but I am available on LinkedIn. I mean, you can connect me. There are a lot of incubation ideas. I am helping many organizations, many institutions. So I love to connect with all of you. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your thoughts on innovation and technology will certainly stay with us. We would like to take a moment for a brief felicitation ceremony to acknowledge our distinguished speakers for their valuable presence at YUGANTAR 2026. As a gesture of our gratitude, they will be felicitated with a memento and a stool. May I request our faculty members, Dr. Sanjeev Govil sir and Dr. Anuradha Agrawal ma'am, to come and join us on the stage. I would like to invite Mr. Vyom Jain to kindly come forward to be felicitated by Dr. Anuradha Agrawal. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Golak Simli to kindly come forward to be felicitated by Mr. Sanjeev Govil, sir. Thank you to all our esteemed speakers and faculty members for this special moment. May I request our esteemed guest speakers and faculty members to join us at the networking lunch at the nursery lawn. We would request our dignitaries to kindly proceed and take an exit from gate number 1. And I would like to request all the senior and junior batch of GBO to stay back and collect their coupons before leaving.
Hi guys, so we are Arohan, the Indian Music Society of Sri Ram College of Commerce, and we'll be going to perform few songs for you guys. I hope you guys sing along and enjoy, and thank you so much.
La 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 la. Hey, जो करेगा हमारी देता वो तुमको बता शर्मो है आगे पर्दे गिरा के करनी है हमको खता जो इरादे बता दूं तुमको शर्मा ही जाओगी तुम धड़कने जो सुना दूं तुमको घबरा ही जाओगी तुम हमको आता नहीं है छुपाना होना है तुझ में फना चांद सिफारिश जो करेगा हमारी देता वो तुमको बता शर्मो है आगे पर्दे गिरा के करनी है हमको खता लचक है कि जैसे डाली दिल में उतर जाने दे आजा बाहों में करके बहाना होना है तुझ में फना चांद सिफारिश जो करता हमारी देता वो तुमको बता शर्मो हया के पर्दे गिरा sing this song with me, okay? Yes. मेरी हर मानी बस तुम बातें बचकानी बस तुम मेरी नजर दीवानी बस तुम मेरे सदबद आते जाते सारे तुम तक सोने यार तुम तक सोने यार तुम तक अर्जी मेरी फिर तेरी जो मर्जी तुम तक अर्जी मेरी फिर तेरी जो मर्जी मेरी हर दुश्वारी बस तुम तक मेरी हर होशियारी बस तुम तक मेरी हर तैयारी बस तुम तक मेरी इश्क खुमारी
परखता तोड़, कभी परखता नैन मेरे तू कभी परखता तोड़। अंबर सरिया मुंडिया वे कचिया कलिया ना तोड़, अंबर सरिया मुंडिया वे कचिया कलिया ना तोड़। तेरी माँ ने बोले है मुझे तीखे से बोल, तेरी माँ ने बोले है मुझे तीखे से बोल। अंबर सरिया अंबर सरिया मैं कलियों के जैसे मेरी अनहड़ों मरनियाड़ी, जो मन बहता पानी। मैं कलियों के जैसी मेरी अलहड़ों मरनियाड़ी, छोटी सी ये जान मेरी और जो बन बहता पानी। जब से चढ़ी जवानी ढूंढती दिल दहाड़ी, जब से चढ़ी जवानी ढूंढती दिल दहाड़ी। मैं अनजानी को ये पानी लेना जावे रोड, अंबर सरिया मुंडिया वे कचिया कलिया ना तोड़। अंबर सरिया मुंडिया वे कचिया कलिया ना तोड़। तेरी माँ ने बोले है मुझे तीखे से बोल, तेरी माँ ने बोले है मुझे तीखे से बोल। अंबर सरिया ओ अंबर सरिया check 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 check
Check, 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 check. Check. Hi guys.
गाइस मैं एक पार्ट गाऊंगी, गेस करना कौन सा गाना है।
रात में ही जागते हैं ये गुनाहों के घर, इनकी बाहें खोल राहें जो भी आते इधर। आहा आहा ये है गुमराहों का रास्ता, मुस्कान झूठी है पहचान झूठी है, रंगीनी है छाई फिर भी है तन्हाई। कल इन्हीं गलियों में इन मसली गलियों में जो ये धूम थी, ये रूह प्यासी है जिसमें उदासी है वो है घूमती। सबको तलाश वो ही समझे ये काश कोई। आहा आहा ये है गुमराहों का रास्ता, मुस्कान झूठी है पहचान झूठी है, रंगीनी है छाई।
खुदा का कोई नहीं तेरा है, कल का फकीर दिन आज शहज़ादा है, लगता खुदा का कोई नहीं तेरा है, क्या मुझे प्यारी है यार, ऐसा तुम्हारी है यार, क्या मुझे प्यारी है यार, ऐसा तुम्हारी है यार, वो तू मेरे ख्वाबों में, जवाबों में, सवालों में, हर दिन चुराकों में मैं लाता हूँ ख्यालों में, क्या मुझे प्यारी है यार, ऐसा तुम्हारी है यार, क्या मुझे प्यारी है यार, ऐसा तुम्हारी है। जिंदगी ने की है कैसी ख्वाहिशें, पूरी हुई दिल की वो फरमाइशें, परवरदिगारा, तूने मेरी खामोशी परवरदिगारा।
check.
यारा तेरे सदके इश्क सिखा मैं तो आई जग सज के इश्क सिखा मैं तो यारा तेरे सदके इश्क सिखा मैं तो आई जग सज के इश्क सिखा सब यार करे परवाह मेरी मुझे क्या परवाह इस दुनिया की सब कुछ पे लगाए पाबंदी मैं होंगी नहीं इस दुनिया की तुम्ही दिन चढ़े तुम्ही दिन डले तुम्ही हो बंधु सखा तुम्ही दिन चढ़े तुम्ही दिन डले तुम्ही हो बंधु सखा तुम्ही every time every minute of the day हो बंधु सखा दिल की तकती पर वो लिखती इश्का जग क्या जाने दिल को मेरे इश्का किसका दिल की तकती पर वो लिखती इश्का जग क्या जाने दिल को मेरे इश्का किसका रब यार गले ले सार मेरी मुझे क्या परवाह इस दुनिया की रब जीत मेरी तो हार मेरी मैं हूँ ही नहीं इस दुनिया की तुम्ही दिन चढ़े तुम्ही दिन डले तुम्ही हो बंधु सखा तुम्ही दिन चढ़े तुम्ही दिन डले तुम्ही हो बंधु सखा तुम्ही every time every minute of the day तुम्ही हो बंधु सखा तुम्ही दिन चढ़े तुम्ही दिन डले तुम्ही हो बंधु सखा तुम्ही
Hey darling, आँखों से आँखें चार करने दो darling, आँखों से आँखें चार करने दो रोको ना मुझको प्यार करने दो ये कैसे है बहार पीछे न जाने यारा बुलबुलों को भी इंतजार करने दो darling, आँखों से आँखें चार करने दो darling सॉरी तुझे संडे के दिन से मत हुई
सनसनी एक बार करने दो डार्लिंग से चार करने दो रोको ना मुझको प्यार करने दो बेकैफ है बाहर बेचैन जाने यार बुलो को भी इंतजार करने दो डार्लिंग आंखों से आंखें चार करने दो डार्लिंग आंखों से आंखें चार करने दो डार्लिंग
Check. Check.
Hello, check. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello.
Hello. Check.
Hello.
ओ अखां दे कटोरे सुरमा बटोरे लगदे छिछोरे बड़े हाय पाए दिल पे डराती साडे चल जाती मार दे गुलाटी पूछे वाए वाए ओ अखां दे कटोरे सुरमा बटोरे लगदे छिछोरे बड़े हाय पाए दिल पे डराती साडे चल जाती मार दे गुलाटी पूछे वाए वाए चाय में डूबा बिस्कुट हो गया मैं तो एवी 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 लुट गया ओ मैं तो एवी 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 लुट गया ओ मैं तो एवी 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 लुट गया मैं तो एवी 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 लुट गया
तेरे निगोड़े नीम के पकोड़े पीछा क्यों ना छोड़े घूमे दाएं बाएं तुझको सुधारूं चुटकी में उतारूं सर पे मैं मारूं तेरे दाएं दाएं रोमियो बिना परमिट हो गया ओ
मैं तो एवी 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 लुट गया ओ मैं तो एवी 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 लुट गया ओ मैं तो एवी 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 लुट गया मैं तो एवी 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 लुट गया बालों को मैं सेट किता चल मल के छाती जोड़े सीना डोले दंड फैल के पूरियां हराई तूने चाल चल के बातों वाली बास्केटबॉल खेल के
चल वेल सुख छोरी पटती नहीं डोलों से उम्र तारी कटती नहीं हाँ खूब पहचानू तेरे दिल में है क्या फितरत छोड़ के पलटती नहीं तोड़ देखा मक्खी जैसा फिट हो गया ओ तू तो
एवी 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 लुट गया ओ मैं तो एवी 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 लुट गया ओ मैं तो एवी 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 लुट गया मैं तो एवी 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 लुट गया
Check, check. Hello. Check, 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 check.
Hello, 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 hello.
चेक चेक सो सॉरी फॉर द साउंड सिस्टम थोड़ा पता नहीं क्या हो रखा है आज कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा है यहाँ पे वॉट एवर वी आर सिंगिंग सो सॉरी फॉर दैट इट्स अ लिटिल worn out now. Yes, moving on to probably the last few songs of the set.
झुमका गिरा दे जो मिला ले अगर वो नजर से नजर मिला ले नच के दिखा दे सबकी धड़कन की कदम से कदम मिला ले लहरों की चाल पे जाके दिल को यूं बेहाल बना के सारे दीवाने माने ना देखी कोई ऐसी तू हो गई 1 2 2 ओ कुड़िए what to do ओ हो गई मुंडे दी ओ तंगा भरेगी क्यों ऐਵੇਂ ਉੱਠਦੀ तू हो गई मुंडे दी तुर तुर तुरू हिला के चलदी टुक 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 करदी मेकअप कर दिया अंग्रेजी पढ़दी गिट पिट तू करदी जिम्मे क्वीन साडे विक्टोरिया तू घंटी बिग राधा तेरा झुमका ओ राधा तेरा झुमका ओ पीछे पीछे सारी नगरिया ओ राधा तेरी चुनरी ओ राधा तेरा चलना ओ राधा तेरी नटखट नजरिया ओ राधा तेरा झुमका ओ राधा तेरा झुमका ओ पीछे पीछे सारी नगरिया.
Okay, so finally moving on to the last song. Sorry, I was mistaken. Yes. I don't think we have one more mic. Anushka, take that one. Check. Check. Check, check, check. Check. वो नहीं चल रहा, नहीं चल रहा. Take that. Remove it.
ओके, तो ये तो सबको आता ही है, सबको ही आता है। मतलब अगर ये नहीं आता तो कुछ फंडामेंटली गलत है आपके साथ। तो प्लीज 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 गाना। Also, give it up for Madhav on the dholak, please.
ओ मेरा चैन वैन सब उजड़ा, जालिम नजर हटा ले। ओ मेरा चैन वैन सब उजड़ा, जालिम नजर हटा ले। बर्बाद हो रहे हैं जी, बर्बाद हो रहे हैं जी मेरे अपने शहर वाले। मेरा चैन वैन सब उजड़ा, जालिम नजर हटा ले। बर्बाद हो रहे हैं जी मेरे अपने शहर वाले। ओ मेरी अंगड़ाई ना टूटे तू आजा, मेरी अंगड़ाई ना टूटे तू आजा।
कजरा रे तेरे कारे कारे नैना, कजरा रे तेरे कारे कारे नैना। ओ तेरे नैना तेरे नैना तेरे नैना जुड़वा नैना। कजरा रे तेरे कारे कारे नैना। मप मध पाप मप मध पाप मप मसानी ध प मप ग म ग रे ग रे म ग ग रे ग रे म ग ग रे ग रे म म प प ग म रे ग सा। मप मध पाप मप मध पाप मप मसानी ध प मप ग म ग रे ग रे म ग ग रे ग रे म ग रे ग रे म म प प ग म रे ग सा। सा 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 रे 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 ग ग ग रे 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 सा 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 रे 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 ग ग सा 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 रे 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 ग ग।
सुर में से लिखे तेरे वादे, आँखों की जुबानी आते हैं। आए मेरे रुमालों पे लब तेरे, बांध के निशानी जाते हैं।
हो तेरी बातों में किमाम की खुशबू है, तेरा आना भी गर्मियों की लू है। तेरी बातों में किमाम की खुशबू है, तेरा आना भी गर्मियों की लू है।
मेरी अंगड़ाई ना टूटे तू आजा, मेरी अंगड़ाई ना टूटे तू आजा।
कजरा रे तेरे कारे कारे नैना। कजरा रे तेरे कारे कारे नैना। ओ तेरे नैना तेरे नैना तेरे नैना जुड़वा नैना। कजरा रे तेरे कारे कारे नैना। तुझसे मिलना पुरानी दिल्ली में, छोड़ आए निशानी दिल्ली में।
पल मारा सी गली
बेतलब तेरी मेरी कहानी दिल्ली में। ओह काली कमली वाले को याद करके, तेरे काले काले नैनों की कसम खाते हैं। वो तेरे काले काले नैनों की दुआएं लूं, तेरे काले नाले नैनों की दुआएं दे दूं। मेरी जान उदास है होठों पे प्यास है, आजा रे आजा। वो तेरी बातों में किमाम की खुशबू है, तेरा आना भी गर्मियों की लू। तेरी बातों में किमाम की खुशबू है, तेरा आना भी गर्मियों की लू है।
अंगड़ाई ना टूटे तू आजा, मेरी अंगड़ाई ना टूटे तू आजा।
कजरा रे तेरे कारे कारे नैना। कजरा रे तेरे कारे कारे नैना हो तेरे नैना जुड़वा नैना कजरा रे तेरे कारे कारे नैना
कारे कारे
कारे कारे नैना
कारे कारे
कारे कारे नैना. Thank you. That's
you
it.
so
That
much.
is Arohan. So sorry for all the delays and for the sound system.
That was Devanshu and Yash on the
Devanshu
piano.
on the keyboard,
Atharv and
Madhav
Shashwat.
on the dholak,
Atharv and
Atharv on the
Shashwat
guitar.
on guitar.
We have Shashwat with us on the guitar. We have Yash with us on the piano.
And to all our juniors as well.
Can we have the team? Can we have the entire team on
Can
the
we
stage?
please have everyone here?
Can we have the entire Arohan team on the stage? This is us. अब क्या करना है? Management हमें क्या करना है अब? I think that's it. I think that is Arohan for you. Please give a handful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having us, GBO. Thank you so much. Yes, perfect.
We request everyone to move for the high tea.